Hello, 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 everybody. It is Monday, nobody's favorite day of the week. Well, maybe somebody. I don't know, there's always a freak or two out there. But, Trip, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everybody, my name is Spirit. I'm just a little guy, I stream for fun. Sometimes a spider, mostly an imp. We have only just begun, actually. I hope you enjoyed Rain World. I want to get back to that at some point. I want to pick up Rain World and actually play it properly. I think I have more patience for it now. I mean, if my experience with Dwarf Fortress is any indicator, I think I'll have a great time playing Rain World. It feels like an equally complex game. Complex and punishing game, but it has its own unique, like, pitfalls. I shouldn't I? But hello, Draenor, Glizzy, Trip, A-Ra. Can I get a shout out for A-Ra? Sorrel? Or Sorrel? I think it's Sorrel. Who else we got here? Lauren, Dutchling, Kayla. So, y'all want to know what I've been doing today? I only just started, admittedly, about half an hour ago. I've been a bit out of it today. But, why don't I give you a taste? This will show you just how, like, invested and engaged I've been in some things. Let's put that music I was playing at the start back on. Ahem. Move your scaly hides to the lower levels now! The armor-clad kobold barked, slamming her worn silver mace into her steel shield, sending a harsh metallic clang rebounding through the cold, stony passage. Several hatchlings were still attempting to drag heavy logs from the trees that had only been chopped minutes before the invaders arrived, which Frost quickly rectified with an appropriately icy stare, causing the little ones to drop their haul and scurry away, back towards relative safety. She had noted the dwarven army's arrival thanks to her keen hearing. The stout, stone-loving fool's heavy footsteps resonated through the older, long-abandoned passageways close to the surface. Members of the Free Gate, no doubt. She growled, slipping her steel helm over her head, obscuring a face of deep blue scales pockmarked with scars, earned from dozens of battles with far fouler things than petty, childish dwarves. The Free Gate? Again? One of her soldiers had only just arrived, hastily slipping his gauntlets on as he trudged down the wide corridor that served as Emptycaskets' only entrance. Aye. This would be their third unprovoked incursion upon this accursed shoreline. Their previous two had ended in catastrophe. Struck down by a dreadful monster. A towering arachnid. That's it. That's all I've got right now. Dwarf Fortress is just that kind of game, y'all. Maybe I'll read it again later once more people are here. Yep, that was me writing. And you wonder why there's entire forum threads of, like, chronicled fanfiction history of fortresses. I have some other snippets here that haven't fit into place yet. Like, his mismatched armor was a clear sign of the fortress's struggling metallurgic industry, a direct result of their lack of wood for fuel. With vile clouds of ash and gloom that frequently swept across the forested coastline above, it was a harrowing task to gather wood, and after several near misses, Frost had chosen to forbid any further woodcutting above ground. But yeah. Anyway. How's everyone doing? How's y'all's weekend? You love when I ask a question and then I go dead silent and just not follow it up with any kind of banter at all? I'm in the time spiral. Ominous. Jet lag, I would assume. Good to hear, Drainar. Weekend was pretty good. I love the VR meet. Yeah, well, that's something to talk about today. We had our community night for this month in VR chat on Saturday. And I'm going to be honest, I needed something like that. I've been in a pretty bad mood and in a pretty huge funk lately. Not even necessarily depressed as much as just like numb, not really having the motivation to do anything, and I kind of needed that. I needed that like pick-me-up. I feel a lot better. Well, let's see. We did some quick draw, we did some blackout, and then we did some karaoke, and we watched a grand total of 1 episode of Puppet History, because the world that we chose is still broken. Yeah, no, that was good, Drainar. That was good. But I got some good pictures. Although I admit, I think the resolution of my character model loses some of its definition if the camera's too far away. But, yeah. There's our group photo. Some other noteworthy pictures I got were, Argala reflecting on life choices. I could be your angel or your devil. Chocobo racing. Don't talk to him, he's angry. Whose sassy lost axolotl is this? Wig snatched. New evolution for Furret just dropped. I'm here to cause problems on purpose. Overall, it was a great time. Well, y'all should come to the next one if you didn't. But yeah. Oh, Noipale, did you just get back? Did you hear the stuff I was doing earlier? Alright, everyone. Y'all can suck it up, because this is my stream, and I'll do what I want. I'll read it again. I don't give a fuck. Move your scaly hides to the lower levels, now! The armor-clad kobold barked, slamming her worn silver mace into her steel shield, sending a harsh metallic clang rebounding through the cold, stony passage. Several hatchlings were still attempting to drag heavy logs from trees that had only been chopped minutes before the invaders arrived, which Frost quickly rectified with an appropriately icy stare, causing the little ones to drop their haul and scurry away, back towards relative safety. She had noted the dwarven army's arrival thanks to her keen hearing. The stout, stone-loving fool's heavy footsteps resonated through the old, long-abandoned passageways close to the surface. Members of the Free Gate, no doubt. She growled, slipping her steel helm over her head, obscuring a face of deep blue scales pockmarked with scars, earned from dozens of battles with far fouler things than petty, childish dwarves. The Free Gate? Again? One of her soldiers had only just arrived, hastily slipping his gauntlets on as he trudged down the wide corridor that served as Emptycaskets' only entrance. This would be their third unprovoked incursion upon this accursed shoreline. Their previous two ended in catastrophe, struck down by a dreadful arachnid. There you go. Inspiration strikes. Anyway, I'm not going to read that a third time because I'm sure people will get annoyed. But yes. Hi, enjoy your lurk, Vidium. Hello, Sekwar. Now, today I want to try and do something. I know I've been kind of, like, fixated to an insane degree. I'm going to try and get folks engaged a little bit more with the fortress. At the very least, having folks give me, like, names for some more kobolds that don't have any, because we have 222 of these things now. We need more. We need more names. So many of them don't have their own names. Something that we desperately need. But, I do feel like, folks might have been getting a little bored because I've been so focused on the game and not so much on engaging with chat, and I want to try and change that. Also, admittedly, things have been kind of quiet on the front, on the Emptycaskets front. Which is why yesterday I wanted to actively start working towards, doing some more exciting things. Although, admittedly, I worry any attempts to start our bigger projects is going to result in the very quick demise of the fortress, which normally I wouldn't mind. But I've gotten very invested in Emptycaskets, and I have, like, an idea for where I want this narrative to go. And that narrative doesn't end with it being destroyed this soon. Which is why I've been kind of hesitant to go into the caverns, especially with a now undead forgotten beast. While it can no longer breathe fire, the fact that it's undead makes it a significantly more deadly threat than it had already been before. We probably could have handled the fire, but now it is effectively inexhaustible, and unless we get a lucky blow to a brain, this thing might live long enough to slaughter our entire military. Additionally, while I want to build a tower out into the ocean, the problem with that is getting the tower's walls constructed before the ocean thaws in the late spring, but also making sure that when we dig that tower that we don't uncover any frozen remains that will quickly reanimate and attack our workers. Yeah, the Forgotten Beast, I guess, died at some point underneath the ocean side of the map, like the oceanside caverns. And it rose from the grave, and it is... While I think the only thing that's happened that's really been unfortunate on its side, aside from the death, is the complete erasure of its entire long kill count. It had hundreds and hundreds of kills, y'all. Like 30-plus kills for, like, elk birds and cave toads and cave toad corpses and undead Gorlax. It had, like, I'm not kidding, I think like 300 kills, along with 3 Forgotten Beast kills under its belt. Which all got erased when it died and was resurrected, and it's been treated as effectively a new creature. Yeah, I hope y'all have been enjoying this stuff. I've been really invested, but I think because lately it's mainly just been, let's make our fortress look pretty. It hasn't been as engaging because nothing has been happening. And I want to try and be a little bit better about trying to spin and weave a narrative while we're playing, instead of just kind of playing the game and being like, why is game not working like I want? Why is game broken? Why is everybody not working? I mean, we have it in... I mean, Dutchling, I've looked at its kill log on stream. I'm sure it's in some of the VODs. I mean, admittedly, y'all don't see the VODs because they're not published right now and they're on YouTube, but I'll probably poke Cow this week and see about giving him access to my YouTube channel so that he can maybe make like playlists of certain stream series so that people can watch VODs there. No one wants to work anymore. Yeah. Also, me writing stuff for Emptycaskets is also an effort to get myself in the writing zone again, so that I can write in general for tabletop. Because I'll be honest, I've never written fan fiction. I don't normally do that, so I want y'all to understand how new and weird it is for me to be writing what is effectively fan fiction for my Dwarf Fortress save. You been playing Pokemon with your Dwarf Fortress streams on? How's Pokemon? We really need to set a time aside to play games again. Today I was playing Risk of Rain mod. Specifically one that got re-uploaded that was removed a long time ago. The Belmont. There's like a fun mod that lets you play as like a Belmont that is like curated to look and fit within the art style of Risk of Rain, and honestly, it was kind of difficult. I died on the moon because some of those flying enemies, I had to get way closer than I thought I needed to for the whip compared to other enemies. Oh yeah, no, this is me finally putting hours into the game, Sorrel, because before this, I just couldn't get through the game's, like, systems. I could understand it vaguely enough to at least play a little, but I didn't understand, like, a lot of the core systems I needed to understand to really enjoy it. Yeah, because we can play off stream now. You know what, Ara? I need to invite you to the server. Unless you're already on it, which I don't think you are, and I don't know why it just never occurred to me to do this. I'm going to do this right now. Give me a second. I have a server I made for buddies who play Helldivers. And I figure it wouldn't be a bad place to, like get you in there so you could play whenever folks want to play together. That GIF. I have not played it since the new update. I have been considering playing it this week on stream, which will be the first time I've streamed the game in, like, I want to say 7 months. I just haven't had the energy, is all. Because I had a bunch of other stuff I've wanted to do, but maybe I'll put that on the stream schedule this week. We'll see. If I didn't say it already, because I might have said it and then forgot in the midst of what I was already saying, but hello, Hungy. I'll say it again. Young lady, why do you always wait until I'm streaming to try and get on my desk? Look, if I didn't eat my dinner at my desk, I would not mind you being up here, sweetheart. Because I know you just want to be close to me. Which is only partially true. Usually you're searching for food. Devil. Menace. So I know I keep saying, okay, I'm not going to play this for a week. Here's the deal. I think it's better to play the game in moderation than try to cut myself off cold turkey. Otherwise, all I'm going to do is sit there and want to play the game, but then feel like I can't because I said I wouldn't. So the goal is to only play this game when we're streaming and to not touch it off stream. It's also the goal is to not make this the exclusive content of the stream. Plans this week before the schedule's posted, because I haven't edited it yet, is obviously, I'm thinking maybe Helldivers. Power Wash Sim probably still. But additionally, I want to play Zexion, as well as, what is it called? Starvaders. And I'm not sure what else. We'll see. Yeah, I saw the demo for Starvaders, or I saw it when it was, like, first released as, like, hey, this is going to be coming out on Steam soon. I didn't play the demo, but it looks really fun, and I want to try it. And Zexion just looks like fucking Super Metroid if you snorted a line of coke first. Or, well, not Super Metroid, I guess Metroid, OG Metroid, if you snorted a line of coke first. Alright, let's go. So we've been at Emptycaskets now for 12 years. Whew. Really makes you realize how much time, like how long that guy was playing on Arch Crystal. Also, Yuki, Yukime? Yuki, how about that? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the parlor. And welcome on in, Wolfin. What? Where am I? Oh, over here. Okay. So we've got a library we're constructing down here. For those who haven't been here before, here's what Emptycaskets looks like. We're currently expanding our sleep level, our fucking apartment complex. I admit some of these other floors are really small in comparison, and I ought to have made an effort to make some of them bigger to accommodate certain industry, amongst other things. We are only just now starting to make an effort to decorate the floor. Plus, our tree farm down here is finally starting to actually produce trees, which means our previously mentioned fuel problem is now resolved for the most part. We don't have to worry so much about having to go to the surface to get wood for things, because now we have what will effectively be a never-ending supply, as new trees sprout every so often. While I quickly wait, no, that's a dead one. That one's dead. You can step on that one if you want. I don't care. That one's not dead, though. I'm attempting to make, like, low traffic designations on as many of these saplings as I can so that kobolds don't just walk all over them and kill them. Which will obviously make this tree farm less effective if all the trees are dying. There's also some up top. as well, which is funny to me that some of those have grown with only 2 layers of space to work with. Audio check, did you hear any wind? Oh, that's a good point. Let's turn on some music. Good call. There is no sound coming in through the stream. Should be a relatively easy fix. And behold, tunes. Any more? No, no, no. All right. So, it's admittedly been a bit slow. I've put a lot of flooring down already, and it's almost immediately eaten through a massive chunk of our stone block supply, as you might notice by the distinct empty stockpiles over here. I honestly ought to make an open spot specifically for just making stone blocks. What are you doing? Young lady. Oh, you're in your litter box. Okay. Whenever I hear noise, I expect naughtiness and bad girl behavior. But we are slowly working our way towards a paper industry. We already have some paper. Thanks to, admittedly, I will say, thanks to the setup work order thing in DF Hack, which has helped with some things that I understand how work orders work now for me, but DF Hack tends to also cover some bases that I lose track of. But as it stands, we've slaughtered a bunch of alpacas. I'm also wondering if we can make paper out of chitin. I doubt it. Because we have a exploding population of giant cave spiders. I do want to try and set up a pen somewhere with our tamed cave spiders, and then another room where we have our invaders that we've trapped in cages, and just trap them behind a wall or something. Behind a wall with fortifications so that the spiders can see them. But I'm told that there's a bug where tamed spiders won't shoot web, so we'll have to see about that, unfortunately. Also, I wanted to build or expand more downwards with the fortress, like perhaps below, you know, below the animal pen. Problem is this, is that we've dug out a lot, and admittedly, the main way you should be gathering stone should not be just digging huge chunks of the underground apart like this, and should instead be, just expanding your fortress as you need it. Like, as long as you're expanding relatively frequently, you're going to be gathering, materials fairly regularly. Now, we've somehow managed to completely dodge the second cavern layer. Also, I'm already getting inspired. Like, initially I was a little disappointed that we weren't getting undead sea life, right? But I think that's what makes Dwarf Fortress so good, is how you might even go into a certain area hoping for a certain kind of threat to be the problem, only for the game to curveball you with something else. Our threats in this land have not been undead sea life. mainly due to the frigid temperatures freezing the ocean. So instead... Oh, I forgot about the Cyclops who just arrived. We've got our 2 undead former militia kobolds, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 different undead at the bottom of the sea that are not supposed to be there. All of these creatures are either a severed raven head, or they are some kind of flying creature that is no longer able to fly due to the myriad of flying undead above ground. All these undead giant buzzards. Having an undead giant and Cyclops is not ideal. But our goals today are kind of all over the place. I want to get this happiness machine set up, which does mean that we're going to either have to risk the surface to build more windmills, or bite the fucking bullet and finally install some goddamn, like, dwarven, like, some ingenious perpetual motion machines, which I think is what I'm going to do. Because I think we have an ample amount of space. Oops. We have an ample amount of space in a lot of areas, especially close to where we need them, that I can build, like, probably, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like, 6 of them in this area and have it be more than sufficient for our purposes. Our wealth has gotten so high that we've been getting accosted by a lot of things. Also, can't help but notice, it's been a few seasons since I've last seen our ding-dang, homeland. Since anyone from the homeland, from the single muffin, have shown up. We had one kobold in our military throw a temper tantrum and explode someone's foot with their fist. And then the person that they assaulted entered a strange mood shortly afterward and made, like, if I recall, they made, like, a nice hat or something. Where is it? It's probably gotten put away in a stockpile somewhere. Anyway. I'm curious to know what this Cyclops is going to be doing. Yeah, I know, sweetheart. What is this lady doing? I love that her name is just the Cyclopean. Yeah, no shit. The sky is blue and this land is accursed. Any more obvious facts you want to, like, lay on me? Just kind of meandering. Doesn't really seem like there's anything going on up here. Living severed head, it's auditioning to become the thing. Here's the crazy part. I was looking at mods because I wanted to know if there was a mod that fixed a bug we were having in Savage Flame, where the surface of the frozen river was just stone. It looked like stone. But what I found was a mod that allows you, that adds in the thing. It literally adds in some kind of parasitic creature that can assimilate and spread just like were creatures can. Which is pretty sinister. I've heard, though, their bug reports are issues with it where, like, it can be, this parasite can be injected via vermin, rather. And since vermin are basically impossible to keep out, they basically, like, phase through walls. They don't really, they can get in even if things are sealed. It meant that every fortress that had that mod installed was eventually doomed to fall to this overwhelming, corruptive, the thing kind of nightmare mess, which isn't really fun. I mean, fun is fine. Like, falling and losing is part of Dwarf Fortress, but when it's a guaranteed loss, oftentimes before you're even remotely prepared, it can be significantly less fun. All right, let's see. How much space do I have to work with? Quite a bit, I'm noticing, actually. Okay, let's start. The water wheels, I think, are 3 wide, so I think we want something like that. Maybe. 3, 7. 7 by 5. So if y'all are wondering what these dwarven, like, generators are, they're a very goofy infinite power machine. Now, some would call it an exploit, but I'll be honest, I don't really mind. Unfortunately, the structure of our fortress kind of makes it harder to do a more traditional water wheel setup, especially with the river freezing for like 80% of the year. Now we could have set up a reservoir for the river to flow into, because by the time that reservoir drains, it would probably be, the water would have unthawed. The problem is, I'm not entirely sure how we facilitate that without it, you know, encroaching on the rest of the fortress. Because we have very limited space around the edges. Like, our best option would be to go... See, how much do we... Yeah, we have nothing on that side. Would be to go, like, really far north. And just have the water generator be, like, above everything. Like, above this way, I mean. Above in, like, the... Above, like... You know what I mean. From the top-down view. Also, hello, Skittish! And we need to set up this power system now. And I'm realizing as well that I'm going to have to do it 1 floor up because... of this unfortunate little situation here. Where we have, like, parts of the fortress on every floor, and the water wheel mechanism needs to channel. So, in fact, this floor, while it would have been ideal, is not actually all that ideal. Let me see. What do y'all think? Should we do the perpetual motion machine, or should we make an effort to, like, do a reservoir and have, like, river water flowing into the fortress, powering water wheels? Because I think we could do that. It would just be a bit of a difficult task. Hell, we could turn the hospital area into, like, a water generator. The problem is, with the way that the unthawing of the ocean works, it might not be ideal either. What are y'all thinking? I've got things paused at the moment while I try to figure out the logistics of such a task. Because I think we could get away with it if we did it, like, up here. Like, let's see. Let's use our, mystical power of, blueprinting. to sort of, like, figure out a plan here. The river's not that far away, and while the river does freeze for a large part of the year, if it fills up enough of our reservoir, the water underground does not freeze, and it will, by the time the reservoir drains, it probably won't even drain before springtime arrives. Let me see. Let's just worry about the bottom end first. Because we could also do some fun stuff with the water once it's in the fortress. Because I know, because I did this at Riverwash. Let's see. I think we would want... Yeah, this could be an entire power generation system here. So that's just the general idea for the path that the water would take. How far away is that from the edge? That is 5. So then we go... Yeah. So the line would be there. But then we could also potentially set up waterfalls, right? People, kobolds have to go through this lower area already. And what we could do is just, I mean, they would only be in one part of the fortress, unfortunately. There wouldn't really be a way to get the water anywhere else we would want due to just the way we've constructed everything. But we could set up a waterfall that goes through, like, this area at least. Let's see. Yeah, it would, like, fall down here. And we could just use this as, like, a blueprint. And it wouldn't be much, but, like, the falling water might still be enough to, like, satisfy some of the kobolds traveling through here. Like, any kind of happiness is just better than nothing. But once it falls through here, we would have ready available space below, right? Where the water would eventually flow to. And I think we could just relocate our little pasture area. I don't know where. I do like all the little critters scurrying around down here, but I'll be real with you. The splatterings of mud that we don't really have a way to clean up cheapens the value of the look down here, because it kind of looks gross and messy rather than, like, you know, something that was done deliberately. Especially off on the right there. So yeah, we start down here as our baseline. This is where we'll have our power generation. We'll have, like, water wheels positioned along this. And then we can set up, in fact, perfectly, we could set up vertical mechanism shafts that go up a few more floors, which we can then hook up pretty readily, zoop, to our existing happiness machine for our resident afflicted. But then we could also unhook the stuff from the windmills topside and remove what isn't really a vulnerability now that I understand how building destroyers work. But, you know, it's better to be fully self-reliant underground than have any kind of exposed method of entrance into the fortress that enemies could exploit. Because especially if, like, a fire-breathing creature like a titan shows up topside, the fires that would erupt would burn those windmills down. And potentially that fire could spread down the mechanical shaft into our base and leave an opening for enemies to get in for real. So we could, from there, we would have, okay, so yeah, this would actually be, channeled. Oh, wait, no. Oh, shit, you're right. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. Yeah, I can't channel that. Because that would go directly into the lower floor. We would have to go one layer up. And, honestly, that gives purpose to these rooms. Originally, these were going to be more temples, but we haven't really had larger religions being established aside from the ones we've got, so I don't see a reason to not repurpose these rooms as our, like, entry areas for the power system. You know? What I could do is build drawbridges across and build an additional set of rooms over here. And then just, you know, we, dig out. Oh my god. Gang? I just realized something is asymmetrical. This side, this entire fortress is off-center. Oh, I noticed it now. See? This is 4 blocks wide. This is 6. Oh. Everything else is fine. It's just this upper area that is going to be needing some adjustment. And I think it would just be a matter of shifting these rooms over by 1. Wait, no, there's got to be a way to fix that that wouldn't result in a catastrophic amount of extra work. Seven by 3. 7 by 3. No, it's not the hallway. Or is it just the hallway? Oh, you're right! Oh, shit, you're so right. That's all that needs fixing. Oh, thank God. I'm shocked it took us this long to notice that. Goes to show that it doesn't really matter that much, but I am aesthetically inclined, and it matters to me. Also, Vera, thank you for the resub. How are you? So I would need to shift this back over. Build walls here. And then move this one room. You're right! Yeah, I think I built this room and lined it up with the room below it. When it needs to be moved back 1. That's a relatively easy fix. Yeah. Okay. Knowing that, we'll fix that in a bit. But, the original plan, I think we'd probably just have another drawbridge. No one really needs to... We don't need this to be too wide. So, for those of you who might not know, the reason we make these hallways so wide is not just aesthetic reasons, but it's also because it affects their ability to pathfind. It was more obvious in ASCII days, but if a hallway is 1 by 1, dwarves would have to crawl underneath other dwarves if there's no way to go around them in narrow corridors. So by making corridors wider, it gives them the ability to navigate around each other and not have to, like, crawl on their hands and knees to get where they're going. It's less obvious now because the only way you know they're crawling is, like, a bunch of little down arrows. But, yeah, since they're not going to be... This isn't going to be, like, a high-traffic area, we can just make it 1 block wide. And then... What? There we go. We don't need it to go that high. The channel. And then, in fact, I guess we could just clean up those rooms there. And they'll hook up to this power system, which we can then also keep this system set up and just tear everything out over here. that leads to the windmills, and the windmills will be defunct. We'll probably just leave them there. I mean, deconstructing them to get the wood back seems like a nice idea in theory, but it's just as risky as trying to cut trees down up there. Fuck it. So, yeah. So we'll have, like, mechanical shafts going this way, connecting to a set of vertical gearboxes all the way down to here, and we can even... What is it? What was this for? Oh, right. We don't need this anymore because this tunnel is going to be dug already. So this would be channeled. And, yeah, we'd build like a drawbridge or something. Just so we have like an access point. Also because I think it would be fun. Visually. And we could even potentially do more with the water than that. But now we have to figure out the actual, you know, transport of water from above plan, which I think we'll do. Right. Where is it? I've lost it. There we go. We'll just do this. Do. Oh my! That's shockingly a lot closer than I thought it would be. There. Oh my god, is that seriously right next to the bridge? That's so funny. That's like, that's so serendipitous in a weird way. But yeah, we'll send them down. That'll go all the way down, and we'll have a... See, now, if it was easier to channel vertical shafts without everything descending into chaos, I would... That might still be easier, honestly. It might still be easier to channel it than it would be to collapse it. The problem is that kobolds like to cancel their channeling designations when they're in the middle, when they want to go eat or drink, and they'll climb back out of the pit, and then I'll have to dig into it anyway to finish the job. So it might just be better to dig ourselves a tunnel that way. Yeah, just dig us a tunnel. Hey, Jason. Because the thing that always bothers me is like this, the leftover guff from doing these tasks. You know? Like, it's just part of the nature of Dwarf Fortress that there's gonna be, like, little corridors and passageways that have been left behind over time. Okay, gang, did you notice this? How the fuck did the kobolds manage to not only place flooring in this enclosed space? Oh my god. Well, shit, man. I know exactly why, Sorel. And I can show you right now because we're going to be using that exact mechanism to do the collapse deliberately. So, let's just show you right here. So say we want to channel a hole like this. And there's already like an open space below it here, right? Because they won't really channel in any logical way, or at least not in a way that would be safe. What ends up happening is that they will channel this side, like around the edges first, or they might not do it evenly, but they'll channel everything around it, leaving these blocks without support. These floor pieces are no longer connected to the walls, and they're not connected down here because this is now an open room. So there's no floor, there's no walls below it to hold it up. So once they're done channeling, the floor gets disconnected, and it falls, and potentially crushes your dwarves to death. The problem with channeling is that you have to do it very deliberately and patiently. You can't just be like, all right, you guys channel all this, bam, because they will die, and they will die in masses because they don't channel smartly, and they'll inevitably cause a cave-in and kill themselves. But what we did, if you want to know, because in this fort, we have this giant pit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 Z levels of huge space. We didn't dig this out. I mean, we dug out the individual levels in this size, but we didn't channel it. When we got to the top, we fully channeled and cut down the ramps. We put a support on the level below the top one. A support beam, which you can find in the constructions tab here. So we have the support beam underneath this top floor, on the floor below it. And then you completely disconnect the upper floor from the walls, like if you were trying to cause a cave-in. But with that one support beam, it won't fall. But then you hook up the support beam to a lever somewhere else, throw the switch, and now, with every Z level below it dug out where you want it, as soon as you pull that lever, the support breaks, and this entire top floor falls through all of the Z levels you've dug out until it reaches the bottom. And often it will bring the soil and terrain from each of those floors with it, which is why we have patches of sand and grass all the way down here. But, as a result, we now have this massive underground tree farm using the fungus that grows when you open the caves. So we don't have to worry about coming up top and getting savaged by undead giant buzzards and cyclopses and shit. Oh my god, look at how many trees sprouted during the brief time the game was not paused. Oops. I would recommend looking into YouTube videos, especially videos by Blind or by Von Galactic. They have some pretty helpful tips on how to play. And to help work through some of like the more obscure and difficult to understand mechanics that this game often employs. But yeah, that's also that cave-in method is how we got our big central pit here. That goes all the way to the bottom with our animals at the bottom. But yeah, so that's what we're going to probably do here, and it'll probably be easier, even if it looks a little messy. At the end of the day, most of the fortress looks good, and I think that there's a story being told by the old empty tunnels at the top. You know, just remnants of... Oh. Remnants of prior disaster. I'm also realizing, with this area now... Oh, wait. Isn't there still a hole? Yeah, there's still a hole. That is a bit unfortunate. If there wasn't a hole in the ceiling, I would open this up so we could get some lye, that leftover lye from a former merchant horse going berserk and dropping all his stuff, but nah. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we are going to... I'll probably just channel these three. 1, 2, 3. Or I guess no, 1, 2. And then I will do the cave-in method for this one. Good lord, I swear, I don't know how to unselect things sometimes. Okay. So our method, I think, will have to be from this hallway, which I realize is completely inaccessible now. Oh, no, it's not. They just have an alternative path now. Never mind. So we come from here. We dig out to here. I also double check to make sure... Okay, we're enough Z levels down that I'm not too concerned about any surface holes from cutting it on trees. But yeah, so then I guess that means we want to actually dig out... that much space on the top, and then it'll go... Yeah, and then we'll dig a stairwell. A necessary evil. So they can get to all the lower floors. And to double check to make sure I'm not really fucking something up. You're working on the Minecraft version of the stretch... Oh, right. Good luck. I don't make pixel art in Minecraft anymore. I used to. I remember I made 2 statues of Quote and Curly from Cave Story way back in the day. Okay. I think the plan is sound. I think. I also want to clean this floor up, and once we have our power system set up, I'm actually going to disconnect these so that I can clean up the flooring up here, because this sand and patchiness is driving me fucking bonkers. So that's going to be our big mega project for the day, and once we have the water, we can then potentially have some fun with that. Right? Like I said, we could, once it's channeled, we could, set up other systems. Like a little waterfall area here. And then we'll have like some floor grates here. And then it'll go further down. Perhaps we'll even like have it... I mean, that could be really fun, actually. We dig into this area. And we build, like, some walls around the edges. Preferably, I would do it out of glass windows, but the glass has been such a slow production. But if we do, then we could have the water flow around the edges, but only pour out of, like, specific sides, right? Like, we could maybe actually dig out... That's too big. A 2x2... so that it's a 1-block gap between the corridor, or like our water tube, and the rest of this room. Oops. I think that's the right shape. think. So hard to tell sometimes. Ah! No, I had the right shape before. Because you want it to be symmetrical, but the water would, like, flow around these. And then once there's enough of it... I also just completely forgot the most important step, and that was we need a reservoir. If we don't have a reservoir, then the water will not be flowing for, like, fucking, like, 50% of the year. 80% of the year, actually. So, instead... I think if we did that, this bridge would no longer have... We would not be able to keep this bridge here. So I could probably move it, actually. I hope everyone's engaged with this plan, because a lot of the game is just not even gameplay right now. Let's try... Let's see. Boop. 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 We have all this open space. Why not put it to use? Hmm. One, two, three. In fact, I think we could get away with, I know we discovered, like, the fancy DF hack shape tool the other day, but I'm making the executive decision to not use it. Because I think doing it ourselves is a little bit more gratifying. We might do it for another fortress, but I think 3 Z levels that large is more than enough water to last. Once it's fully, completely, like, once it is totally full, I think that'll be sufficient for a very long time. And then from there... Hmm. Ooh, that's annoying. I wanted to have it line up fairly well with our channeled stuff down here. Let's see. 6x4. I think that should still work. That's symmetrical still, right? I think so. It's not. Oh, that's gonna drive me fucking insane, dude. That's what I get for being like, I won't use the shape tool, and then it's like, I bet using the shape tool would make this super easy. I'm like, fuck you. Fuck you. Everyone watches Spirit draw shapes in Dwarf Fortress for 3.5 hours. In fact, I think it might be more interesting if the water entered in the center. $16 by 1. $17 by 1, you fucker. How is that not symmetrical? Oh, it is. I just counted wrong. Yeah. So we'll have those three, and then we will have... Perfect. We will have a tunnel digging all the way to here. It'll come down and fill this reservoir, which will be multiple Z levels deep. I think we'll go with 3. And from there, the water will have... You know what? In fact, I think I like that better. The water will flow out on both sides. How many spaces is this? 9 by 4? No, 10 by 4. So it'd be 10. Oops. Oh! I mean, that's fine. We could just reduce its size by 1. So then we'll have the water fall into the middle. It'll then flow out on the left and right with powered floodgates, drop down, and it'll flow this way into the center, where we will then have another designation down here for it to flow through the grates, right? And in fact, I might... I think it should be fine. It'll pour down to this Z level. Where it will then flow around the edges and into designated openings on every side. And pour over the sides into the middle here, where it will then flow over here and off the map. We will block the staircase, deconstruct the stuff down here, and relocate our livestock elsewhere. Question is where? Because we used to have a nice area, but I paved it over not that long ago. Now, we could use this area, but this area is... They'll trample the fuck out of every single tree and kill them. So our best option would be to either pasture them topside and take the L, or, as a side project, make a separate room for the animals to be pastured in. Which would not necessarily be all that difficult to achieve, with a supply of water already pouring down from above. We could simply make a designated space. Like, in fact... we could make it here. And then we would, make a, I really am getting a little fatigued making anything other than square-shaped rooms, but I like the shapes. Boop. Boop. Nah. Make a new room for all the animals, and then just irrigate it like we normally do. Let the water flow through it, and then off of the map. Which, honestly, as big of a project as this is, I don't think it's going to be that difficult. We'll make a proper area for animal pastures. And we'll put the designated workstations that need to be here on both sides. So that would be tannery, like 2 farming stations and 2 butcher stations, I think. So they don't have to drag the animals as far. And then it would just be a matter of redirecting the water, which I might just do this the other way, which is to say, wow. Is just maybe use the system we already have in place to get water down there for the sake of saving time. And then we can always fill these in later. That's the problem. If it were like Minecraft, where, okay, I'm done, I can fill up this space and not worry about it anymore. Every extraneous tunnel that you dig is there until you fill it in yourselves in a very painstaking and honestly a bit wasteful process. Okay. For a recap, we're going to start by digging this top set of tunnels. So we'll dig out this room, and we'll dig out these 3 here. We will place a support on this floor. And then drop them down so that this first little tunnel is caved in. Then from there, we will dig out the other remaining floors for this one. And do again, another cave in. So we'll have a big open space here. Then, we will dig out a canal in these 2 directions. And then we will not even need to do a cave in here. We will simply channel this first level. And once that first level's channeled, then we will engage these designations and channel that level. So these won't be activated until last. It's going to be a hell of a project. And talking about water this much means I need to go to the pee-pee room. I'll be right back. Why do I say pee-pee room? I'm a mess. Don't you laugh at me! Laughing at me. All right. So, I think that's the game plan. Logistically speaking, I think we start with the top. There shouldn't be any holes because the trees got cut down first. All right. Let's get this fucking shindig started. Hope everyone else is enjoying this engineering project. I guess these could be a little wider just so that they can do this project without having to crawl over each other. Now see, in a perfect world, I could have just dug out a grate down the whole center of the fortress. Unfortunately, I think the logistical nightmare of relocating our were-creature pal, along with, you know, having to replace a bunch of flooring with grating is just going to be a bit more than I want to deal with. So double checking to make sure everything's good. There's the first dig up here, and then they will dig up and dig out all this, and they will dig only this room. They will not dig out anything else until the top cave-in has already been done. Otherwise, it'll complicate matters for the bigger cave-in further down. Okay. I think that is the plan. And if we're lucky, our upset former military kobold won't go on a rampage again like they did earlier and explode more people's fucking limbs. Doo-doo. In fact, I think just to, like, the mist will probably still spread outwards, but I think we will just make the waterfall go there, which I think would look pretty nice. It's nice in its little cozy cubby there, and then it'll go down, and then we can finish these designations later. Okay, I think we're set to go. I think we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay, well, let me save just in case somehow I fuck this up. Dwarf? 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 Sounds like Gorp. Gorp? Also, good news! I didn't get a noise complaint, despite failing to unhook my air conditioner during the entirety of the community hangout, and therefore having my window slightly ajar with the air conditioner attachment, for people to hear me being unhinged and loud all the way up until 2 a.m. So I don't think people care, and even if they did, I don't think I'm actually loud enough to bother anybody. All right. So these projects are now underway. In the meantime, we should go about the other project I wanted to try and do, which is to say, I wanted to set up a method to get... What do you call it? To get cave spider silk, like giant cave spider silk, which is significantly more valuable. 19. There's a 19th hostile now? Who's joined the party? Oh, you're back. And by back, I mean you've never left, because you just keep disappearing because not all of the caves have been revealed on the map yet. Jesus. Wait a minute. Hold on, where's the... Oh, there they are. I was like, where's the Cyclops? See, they've got devilish ash on them, but they're not, like, dying. Niji, I think? Niji and Sky? Niji and Sky, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everybody. My name is Spirit. I'm just a little guy. I stream for fun, sometimes a spider, mostly an imp. We're playing Dwarf Fortress. Welcome to Emptycaskets. How was Cataclysm? Dark days ahead. They resist ash. I guess that makes sense. All the while, the Cyclops continues to murder innocent possums on the surface for some reason. The only possums I've seen, and they immediately get, like, brutalized by a Cyclops. I don't get it. Oh. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to my parlor. Dude, I wonder if Mega Beasts eventually leave. Gotta get him to move everything back. What's my current project? Current project is this. We need power. I want to make a proper mist generator in here because our other kobolds are very unhappy and we only have one set up right now for our resident were creature, Lizal, a were monitor, who we have been trying to make happier after being trapped in a tiny room for 10 plus years. I don't abandon my boys. So we are digging out a big project here to redirect the river water into a reservoir to then be used for power and for some like spectacle down below, with the goal being that this multi-layer tank here should hopefully last until the water in the river thaws out again after it freezes, because unfortunately we live in a region where the river and the ocean freezes for like 70 to 80% of the year. So we need a steady supply of water that won't run out. And I'm thinking that that reservoir might actually need to be a fair bit larger. And I'm thinking that the opening from which the water will flow needs to be smaller to mitigate how much gets drained at any one time. So we might want to actually do this. Three, four, five, six, seven. Can't help but feel like, once again, I've somehow managed to fuck up the symmetry. 16 by 1. 17 by 1. Ah. I see. I actually got it backwards. I need to expand it. Oh, that's so annoying. How is it off kilter on this end? Fiendish Gloom. The Fiendish Gloom is going to be a problem, and I should not have dismissed that message before seeing where it was. It probably appeared over the ocean again. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so these areas are dug out. But I need to fix this symmetry problem that's going to really drive me bonkers. So I think this side might just be too long. 17. How is it unsynced? Yeah, why is it wrong? Why is it not symmetrical? I already know this room needs fixing. It needs to be entirely moved over by one tile. But, like, why is this not lining up with up here? Because it's symmetrical. Right hallway is 2. What? What do you... No. I know why this one. Like, we dug that out because, as you see, this room is offset from the room below it by one tile. This room is not. This room is perfectly aligned. This whole room needs to move to the left by 1 tile. I dug out the hallway with the intent to build a wall here and basically, like, fill in the gap, move it over, and fix it so it's symmetrical, even if it means there's going to be some artificial walls. But the issue is more like, why is this thing up here asymmetrical despite it being symmetrical down here? Oh, I'm a ding-dong! That's literally exactly why. I had a feeling it was because everything else was already off-kilter down here. There we go. 7, 7. And then if we move up, they're lined up. Okay, perfect. Okay, so that area is dug out. The fuck? Why is this designation still here? Okay, that area is dug out. I'm wondering if I should make the reservoir 1 more floor tall. Needs empty cage. I know! I wish y'all wouldn't automatically try to reload empty fucking traps at every available second of my life. I know, because all of our invaders are in all the cages. If you're so hell-bent on more cages, then make some. There. Now shut up and stop bothering me. I'm busy. Okay. I think maybe making it 1 more tall might not be a bad idea, but we will do our cave-in thing first, just so we can get it out of the way. Furniture, constructions, support. We put it here. And then we dig out. God damn it. Everything around. I'm also realizing the stairs should probably have been dug out on the opposite side, because I'm going to need to destroy the stairs so that the collapse will actually happen the way we want. I'm caging Nicholas. Yeah, Draenar's right. A bunch of goblins have been invading, but we've also been dealing with angry dwarves and humans who seem to think it's my fault that their fucking caravans died to undead and devilish ash. There we go. Alright, now that's done. See, I think they're sleeping. Yep. If you look at them, you see those down arrows? That means they're prone. So they're laying on the floor. As soon as they finished their job, they laid down in the sand and decided to sleep. Which is also a sign that we do not have... Either we do not have enough rooms... Or the poor fools, or, more likely... Actually, no, we don't need to get back up here again. We can just tear everything out. Although, y'all are inevitably going to get stranded. And force me to build a fucking flooring somewhere, aren't you? Yep, stranded. You dumb bastards. Cloud of fiendish gloom has drifted nearby. Sounds like a nice nap until you wake up with sand in your mouth and in your hair and in every crack and crevice of your body and all your clothes. Who are you saying is completely correct? They are literally declaring war on us for actions and deaths that were their own fault. They sent their merchants into these unholy lands. Their merchants died to force us outside of our control. And they have the nerve to declare war on us when we were completely innocent. Oh. Okay, just kill the mood. Sorry. There we go. Okay, so now I just need them to deconstruct this. I also need them to not stand up here, please. This is a no-no zone. We'll also need them to deconstruct these two. Although, hold on. Don't do that yet. Please deconstruct this first. This is what I mean when I say you've got to babysit every task. Otherwise, they will do them in the most unoptimal order and get themselves hurt. Who is doing this? Remove construction. Valonia, where are you? It really gets me down sometimes. I'm sorry. Unmet need. Fight. Alright, fair enough. Okay, so now I want to install a lever, which honestly, is this connected to anything? What is this linked to? Ah. What are you linked to? Ah. I mean, most people just say /S to indicate sarcasm, or /J. Well, on the bright side, all of our pumps are installed. I'm just going to put a lever wherever. It doesn't really matter. Preferably... I mean, not preferably. Like, it doesn't really matter where it goes, because they're still going to have to travel pretty far to link it up to whatever I want them to link it to. So, done. Prioritize. Notice. Okay, thank God. Rapidly running out of marble blocks. And admittedly also running out of marble in general. How's our sheet production going while I'm waiting? Not as many as I'd hoped. In fact, I don't think they've made any new sheets. Alright. This lever, who is doing this? Shad, where are you? 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 There you are. Reptile posting. Awesome. All right, link lever. It's gonna take a bit. They have to run all the way up here, put one in that, and then put another one in the fucking lever. I love how these, like, lever mechanisms are just, like, there's no logic behind them. Like, there's no reasonable way to actually link these together without it being way more tedious. I do prefer... I don't think they'll ever change this. I'm glad it's like this. The levers are basically wireless. Even though the idea, I guess, is that they're internally linked by, like, some complex mechanism inside the fortress walls or something, maybe. No idea who's doing the linking. Guess we'll find out shortly. Listen to poetry. Link a building. I guess you are the mechanic. It makes sense that you're going to be prioritized when doing any mechanical work. The dwarves invented Brewtooth is so good. What the fuck? That's such a... That's so good. There, that's linked. And then they will link it to the other lever. And then we'll just pull it, and it'll drop all these levels into this room. There will probably be a big, awkward patch of red sand in the middle of this room after that. Load cage trap. Okay. I mean, I guess that is a noble task to be accomplishing, considering these have been unloaded for a while. We definitely need to get rid of all of our excess prisoners. One would argue to let them go, but they will then come back and their armies will have knowledge of our traps. Ilmok. Sacred veneration has been taken by a fey mood. Where are you, Ilmok? Where have you gone? You? No. You? There you are. You are a planter and novice stonecutter, so you'll probably be claiming a stonecutter's station, right? No. Crafts? I knew it! I knew it! Why do they migrate to this faraway station? Like, why? Like... You know damn well if I hadn't removed those designations, they would have been fucked, just like last time. Oh, I must have logs, cut gems. We literally have all of these. Okay, they got the stone boulder. They need cut gems. Okay, what's after stone boulder? Metal bars. There's no way we don't have metal bars. Unless, like, we have so many. This happened yesterday. I don't understand. I don't understand why they'll just go to this workstation out of the way and then suddenly be like, I can't find this thing I need. All right, let's see. Sterling silver. Ugh, alright. Do we have the capacity to make sterling silver? Sterling silver bars. Let's see if that works. Because most of the time, they will take any metal, but sometimes they will only want a preferred kind. Make sterling silver bars. I don't even know what sterling silver is. Is it just a more refined version of silver? Because they keep grabbing extra silver. I would assume it's just a, like, purer form of silver. Oh, no! They're grabbing copper. It's an alloy. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's an alloy of silver and copper. We should make Electrum at some point. Now, I can't help but notice that we made 4 sterling silver bars, and our kobold is still claiming to not have any fucking... Like, at this point, there is literally no explanation that I can conjure, except for this workstation is cursed. They keep insisting on taking their food from this area and claiming their workstations. I don't understand why our we have more than enough wood. It's always like watch. Well, I'll even prove it to you that he's looking for a metal. If I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Metal bars got 0 of 1. We have an overabundance of metal bars, and he is not going for them. I think I figured it out, gang. I figured it out. Oh, thank God. I knew it was something to do with this area. It wasn't the workstation, it was the burrow. I thought it wouldn't count if the burrow was... if they weren't assigned to the burrow, but it affects the workshop. We've solved it. Although he'll definitely go for the sterling silver over another metal, I bet. Because we had those burrows to ensure that the kobolds that were, like, injured and incapable of walking didn't drag themselves halfway across the fort to get a material for crafting and just craft from where they are. He grabbed steel? Your favorite material is sterling silver. I mean, take the steel if you want. No, we were making silver maces. We have silver flails that we came in with. I'm sorry, Ursi. Urxi. Usri. I don't know how to say your name. I hate that they beeline. Uh-oh. Well, I think the Cyclops will win. They've been winning these fights. The Cyclops releases the grip of the Cyclops' left lower arm on the agitated opossums. Okay, that's the opossum. The giant buzzard corpse bites at the Cyclops in the right lower leg, tearing the fat. They attack the Cyclops, but she jumps away. Bites them in the left lower leg, tearing the fat. Right lower arm, tearing the fat. This buzzard's gonna lose. They always do. Yep. The Cyclops charges at the giant buzzard corpse, colliding with it and knocks it over. And as it tumbles backward, the Cyclops punches the giant buzzard corpse in the right wing, shattering it. The corpse attempts another attack, but the Cyclops dodges away before punching the giant buzzard corpse in the head, crushing it. The Cyclops knows well enough to aim for the head. All right. Hopefully no one's up here right now. I don't see any reason to suspect that anyone's here. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Done. It's just that easy. 1, 2, 3. And this room. If anything, that Cyclops is doing me some favors by killing all the non-ocean and airbound monsters. Dealing with all of them, rather. Honestly, I think maybe this much water might last quite a while. Because in my other fortress, I had to shut a gate that let the river flow into my base for like a solid several in-game weeks, and it didn't even get close to draining for quite a while. So I think it should be fine at this size, but I think it's always better to be safe than sorry. One size larger. Now, what else were we focused on? Moody Dwarf can't find needed item. What do you need now? I wouldn't be surprised if it's cut gems. I feel like we've been using a lot of those. Yep, I think we've been using those quite frequently for our gem windows. Thank God. Okay. Look at those trees grow. Look at them all. Let's see. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think 7 or 8. I think I might have missed one. I think it's 8. Also need to make an effort to remove these designations for already cut down trees. Or fixing to be cut down trees, I guess, as well. Since that space will no longer have a tree in it. Doesn't seem very logical to leave it as a low traffic designation. Oh, no, that one's dead, right. As is that one. Any growing up here? Nope. Yep, there they go. They needed to cut gems. Which we've been neglecting, if I'm honest. Mainly because I didn't want them to use... Oh. I didn't want them to use it for, the rock crystals. I wanted the rock crystals for making glass. Crystal glass. You know what? Crystal glass statues sound really cool, actually. But I don't think... Let me see if it even takes the task. Nope. We do not have Pearl Ash, which I don't think I have automated at the moment. If the amount of Pearl Ash is less than 10, and the amount of Potash is greater than 10... Yeah, let's just go that. If the amount of Potash is greater than 10, make Pearl Ash. What are they grabbing now? Bones? Stray baby alpaca bone. Probably unpause some of that. I think we're good that we can probably start letting them make bituminous coal if we need them to. Because we have a steady supply of trees now. We don't need to worry so much about losing the wood that we need. Or like running low on it because we have a steady supply now. Like to the point where the quantum stockpiles list is going off screen again, which hasn't been the case for several in-game years. Are you done? What are you grabbing now? Who knows? Anyway. This has been dug out. That's great. Now, instructions... There we go. So we got somebody's discarded shoe. Aldous, just throwing your clothes wherever, I see. I don't like the idea of having to dig a stairwell to get in here. That's the most annoying part, I would personally say. Although maybe that might not be a bad idea. It would be a good way to get down there anyway. Moody Dwarf is working. Cushion cut gems, citrines, and white jade cabochons. Let's see. Cancel make crystal glass blocks, needs pearl ash. I don't want them to make them yet. Pyrite. Item inaccessible. Giant buzzard. Another fight is breaking out between the Cyclops and the undead. The Cyclops is... Oh. Whoa. The giant buzzard corpse... Okay. The giant buzzard corpse attacks the Cyclops, but she jumps away. The Cyclops punches the giant buzzard corpse in the upper body with her left hand, and the injured part collapses. The giant buzzard corpse is propelled away by the force of the blow. Their left lower leg takes the full force of the impact, bruising the muscle. The Cyclops' first finger left hand takes the full force of the impact and splits into gore. A Cyclops slams into an obstacle. Did they fall in the water? Like, oh no, I bet you they climbed a tree to get over the water. Yep. Wait, no. Are they gonna drown? What is she doing? Frolicking in the water and slowly dying. I love that this seems to be a universal Dwarf Fort experience. Is the, what are they doing? Yeah, you know? It's just that reaction of like, what the fuck is going on? Is like such a quintessential Dwarf Fortress experience. Problem is, with the cold season coming, if we don't get this other project started soon, we're not going to really have any water to work with. In fact, we might already be too late. You know? How's he doing? How's our boy doing? Delighted, remembering... Look! Oh my god, look! In the winter... of, where is it? Where is it? In winter of 116. Accepting, remembering being confined, became slower to hate and learned to value perseverance. Hope, remembering being released from confinement, delighted, remembering being near a waterfall. Then the next year, free, remembering being uncovered, learned to disdain decorum. A tetrahedrite crown. Ooh. Wonder, remembering communing with Lair in a dedicated temple. Delighted, remembering being near a waterfall. We're getting a lot of happy memories instead of unhappy ones. And if you notice, despite the fact that he is a were creature who has been isolated, he's looking pretty good, y'all. Look at how happy he is. We've done it. We've done it. The enrichment program is a success. I mean, barring the part where we had to change his brain from being like permanently depressed forever. We did it. Maybe we should work faster next time, and we can prove that actually we can make even a dangerous creature or a poor victim of circumstance happy in a situation like this. Why is this one block not getting mined? That's weird. All right, and now we, what is the designation thing? There it is. The river has not frozen yet. It probably won't freeze until mid-autumn, so we do still have time. But I think we're running on borrowed time. Oh good, the giant buzzards are back to get accosted by undead. I just imagine a very well-rendered image looking across the seabed and seeing this cavalcade of horrid undead creatures all across the seafloor, unable to fly, but like clockwork, returning to life every year when the ice thaws. Terrifying. Digging like what? I'm not channeling because the channeling requires I babysit them for 5 billion hours. Because if I just tell them, hey, channel all this for me, they'll channel it wrong, cause a cave-in, and kill themselves. So the only way to allow myself to do other things to keep the chat entertained, instead of staring at them and micromanaging their every move, I just dig out each floor individually and then drop the upper floors down. There is a method to my madness. Caving in to make big holes is much more reliable than trying to channel them out. There is no channel safely tool in DF Hack anymore. They removed it due to it causing corruption or something in saves. There was some kind of problem. Oh, here's the question. Is the crown still there? No. Good lord. Dogs outside will not shut up. I'm gonna lose my mind if I have to keep listening to them fucking scream. There are a lot of crowns in here, I'm noticing. What? I thought we made a tetrahedrite crown. There it is. This is a tetrahedrite crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of point-cut citrines. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tetrahedrite and white jade, and menaces with spikes of steel and goblin cap. On the item is an image of a pigtail and citrine, as well as an image of 2 alders in alpaca bone, and an image of kobolds in cave spider silk. The kobolds are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Emptycaskets by Bright Future the Hopeful, of the Single Muffin in the early spring of 105, 13 years ago. Okay. Hungy, I will say, I do appreciate the tips and advice, but the way you did phrase that felt a bit rude in a way that made me get defensive. Can you elaborate, please? I dig this way because this is the way that works for me. Is there a more efficient way to do whatever you're thinking I'm trying to do? I assume what you mean is channel the edges and then clear the slopes. Channel, clear the slopes, like as you go closer inward. I don't know. Yeah, we could do that. I have done that before. The problem, I think, in that regard is that... Actually, that's a good point. I mean, it's whatever. The cave-in is fun. I can't quite remember. I think I'm just so used to channeling causing catastrophe that I just do this. Plus, I feel like while this probably takes an equal amount of time, it's just more fun to do the cave-in. It's more dramatic. It's like a show of force. The Raven is fighting. Is the Cyclops still alive? Oh, there they are. There she is. Lingering by my front door, unable to get inside. Although, if I let you in, you'd get stuck in a cage, and you could sit next to your brother, not your brother, your sister. The Etten. Kobold Noisemaker Fortress. It's a show of intimidation. If they're gonna stomp and thrash about outside, and the river is frozen. Well, this project will not bear fruit until next season, but on the bright side, that means that we have more than enough time to set everything else up that needs getting set up. I am realizing the folly here afterwards, because I do have to make this upper floor 1 block wider. To do the cave-in, which was the one thing I complained about. And in retrospect, Hungy's method would have been much, much better. But it's fine. There's like a charm. There's a charm to having like doing it the way we're doing it. Plus, without staircases this time, it won't be as much of a hassle to get it to collapse. The raven stood there perched outside my front door. Quoth the raven, "Caw!" Because it's a fucking bird. Thank you, Edgar Allan Poe. It fills me with an immense amount of joy to see our were creature thriving. Our boy Lizal. I mean, I could probably remove all these low traffic designations, and it probably wouldn't actually harm the fortress in any meaningful way, because they only come in here to cut the trees down when there are trees to cut. But, like, the more of these saplings we can preserve and ensure grow, the better. So, like, you know, if they're, like, preventing them from stepping on them still feels worthwhile. One starving or drowsy unit, right? I mean, they've never been unable to get their drinks, so as long as we keep an eye on that, I think as much as it sucks to have them just drag themselves wherever. She's been depressed a lot. I don't want her to go insane. I've been trying to get you to practice a craft. Okay, you are an armor smith. You like armor. Alright, maybe it's not just crafting anything. Maybe let's add a new task. Armor, steel, forged steel breastplate, workers. You are being removed. Let's add our really sad gal. And see if maybe that'll at least help her, give her something to do. Because if she keeps getting sad like this, she will eventually go mad like Lizal. She's had nothing but negative memories for a while. Dejected, dwelling upon being unable to help anybody. Angry, dwelling upon getting into an argument. Shaken, reliving being beaten. Which upsets me, because I was hoping they would just get arrested for their attack. But I guess they did attack someone else, so... proportionate retribution. Also, didn't she have 3 friends before? I feel like she's losing friends. She is frequently depressed after seeing a dwarf's dead body in 109. She actively avoids exciting or stressful situations after experiencing trauma in 117. She is dour as a rule, and she is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. She is bashful, a strengthening after clothes rotted off her body in 115. She is sometimes cruel. She desires little for herself in the way of possessions. She tries to keep her things orderly. She is quick to anger after being forced to drink vomit. When did this happen? What the fuck do you mean? Was that during, like, a big red alert? That might have been during a station where I couldn't have her move. I'm wondering if that... Oh my god. Do you think that might have been... during the fight with the Titan? Where they couldn't escape and they were just trapped fighting it in web? She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She is quite ambitious. She can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. She has an active sense of humor. She has a calm demeanor after experiencing trauma in 112. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding after experiencing trauma in 110. She doesn't really care about anything anymore. Where is she? Hard to attend a meeting. She's crawling. No, she's just laying down on the floor. She's so unhappy. That makes me sad. Okay, I am now locking these rooms off. No gathering of anything in this space. Why did I leave this here? I'm realizing. Who's stranded? How are you guys stranded? Oh my god. Okay, this has still not been linked to anything. Which I wonder why. Oh, it's been paused. That's why. Weird. I don't remember doing that. Okay, so we don't want to dig anything out below this. Oh, no! Oh, I see a problem. It's gonna collapse directly into our fucking temples. I'm so glad I noticed that. That would have been A dramatic disaster. Hold on. Looks like we'll have to do a little bit of careful channeling after all. In fact, I think that's what we're gonna do. Instead of just... No. Oh, that sucks. That's really frustrating. I really wish I'd noticed that sooner. Because I think if there isn't an opening, it won't go all the way down. Oh, come on. Really? What are you being made out of? Ugh. It doesn't matter, just make it out of something. Sure, if you want to make it out of copper, be my fucking guest. Okay, this should, in theory, protect the temple area from being caved in when we drop the ceiling. And then once we've dropped the ceiling, we will understandably have to clear out the upper level by channeling. And I think with the walls here, we can channel everything that doesn't get collapsed safely without them falling and hurting themselves. Even if it does end up requiring a little bit more digging on our part to do it. Alright, in the meantime, how far has our gal gotten? Because you're my new pet project to make sure you're not unhappy. See, look, they got to practice a craft. She was interested remembering learning about metalsmithing. Be with family, be with friends. Excitement, eat a good meal. That is another thing that is annoying me. And I think what we need to do is I need to move food that I want them to eat to an area where they want to spend time. So this needs to only be prepared meals. And actual food needs to be stored in a separate location where they are not inclined to just go fucking hog wild after. That way they'll start eating the actual fucking prepared meals I've gotten for them. 7 by 8. Instead of them just fucking... Oh, god damn it. Instead of them just eating, like, plump helmets and raw meat. They just don't eat... Like, that's what's annoying about it, is that they don't eat the fine meals that I've made. They instead just eat all the raw ingredients. How are you... What? How did you do that? I literally... Zasa, I told you to deconstruct the stairs, not climb them first. You're so dumb. It's mystifying, the decision-making that these kobolds have sometimes. Just absolutely mystifying. I'm still hung up on the whole, I'm still hung up on her drinking vomit. That's really upsetting. We need to, like, look through the footage to figure out when that happened. That's a lot of jet. That's exciting. I need that. Jet, conglomerate, orthoclase, and marble are some of my favorite materials to build with. They have the most... They have my favorite colors, I think. Okay, they shouldn't be stranded anymore since the message isn't there, which means someone built the staircase. Cool. Now, when I ask you to deconstruct a staircase, I would like you to do so without climbing the goddamn stairs. Do we not have a fucking temple? I guess we could make some more dedicated temples. They're so sad over so many different things. You have the thought process of someone who starts painting the floor at the door and ends up stuck in a corner. Exactly. Okay, if we're lucky, and my are you... How? You got stuck again? How hard is it to take down a staircase from the bottom? This isn't rocket science, sweetheart. It's the second time I've had to send someone up here to build a fucking staircase to get you out of the attic like a cat stuck in a fucking tree. What? Okay. So you're not stranded. You're not stranded. You lied to me. You lied to me. Cool. Oh, I love seeing all the tunnel tube. I think the tunnel tube is easily my favorite of the underground trees. They have really, really, really fun colors. Remove these designations. I mean, that would be a fun, or at least a useful tool that I don't think anyone would ever want except for me. In DF Hack, one that lets you, like, it'll scan an area you select in a gathering zone, and it will put low traffic designations on any saplings in the area, and also automatically apply tree chopping designations whenever there are trees in the area in which that is, like, set up. Which I think would be really nice. Alright. Are these getting done or what? It is not blocked by an unmovable item. There. Good lord. Needs unused plant cloth. Unused plant cloth. Cannot reach site. Item in stockpile. Needs unrotten body part. Which means I think they have been making pearl ash pretty consistently. Also, our drink supply is dropping. Which is very difficult sometimes to tell the reasons why. Oh, don't worry. This guy's gonna get killed by our undead friend. The forgotten beast, Garitho, has come. A great three-eyed lizard. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it appears to be emaciated. Its black scales are large and set far apart. Beware its deadly blood. Whoa! I don't think I've seen those guys with the wings before. That's pretty radical. Look at this guy. Look at this freak. Garitho. How many kills do you got? You've killed one zombie Gorlak. Now, how will you fare against our fire-breathing... Well, no longer fire-breathing, undead, forgotten beast? That guy looks sick. I don't think I've seen a forgotten beast with those particular combinations of features. And the helmet snake is dead. And thus, that's a little unsettling, seeing it walk by our, like, narrowly encased stairwell. Ugh. Oh, here comes the battle. It is seriously injured. Its ability to stand is lost. How is this battle going? I need to read this. Siwa Esagakona. Let's go. Siwa's mutilated corpse kicks the forgotten beast in the left front foot with its left rear foot, bruising the fat. Bruising the fat, bruising the fat, bruising the fat. Siwa's mutilated corpse kicks the forgotten beast in the upper body with its right rear foot, bruising the muscle, jamming the right true ribs through the heart, and tearing the heart apart. Holy shit. It just fucking vampire staked our fucking new friend right in the goddamn heart with its own ribs. This guy is dead. Well, thank you for your business. But Wash Beached is undefeated. May you forever live in... Oh my god. Hold up. We got a bit of a spider infestation I need to deal with right quick. Good lord. That's what happens when you leave your cave spiders unattended, everybody. They get a little fucking frisky. Unfortunately, they're not as strong as you think. Like, I've had trouble actually seeing them use web against most hostiles. And at the moment, the idea of them coming back from the can these motherfucking things be done. This is not blocked. This item is not locked. There is literally no reason why these jobs should be getting suspended. Now here's the big fear. Is the forgotten beast Garitho gonna rise from the grave? Where did they die? No, they died underneath the fortress. They died outside of the radius of the fucking Ocean of Ruins, so they will stay dead unless someone feels it appropriate to drag their corpse into the reanimation zone. Why can't you reach the site? What do you mean? There's like a stairwell right here. Why did you... Oh my god. Oh my god. It's gonna take all fucking summer. It's gonna take all winter, rather, for y'all to do this one job. Mystifying how they're considering that. Also, now that it's winter, there's only one hostile. All of our undead enemies have frozen over. I really wish these guys would grab this stuff faster, but in the meantime... I'm really hoping by putting all food, except for drinks and prepared meals over here, as well as, like, you know, pressed material, rock nut oil, and miscellaneous liquid. That they will prioritize eating the goddamn prepared meal supply that we have instead of all the raw food. No wonder they're all so unhappy. They keep eating all the fucking unprepared ingredients. It's like, oh man, I'm so sad I haven't eaten anything good in a while, and all I've been doing is eating the raw spaghetti noodles out of the pantry instead of the prepared leftovers in the fucking fridge. Like an animal. They like the crunch. I bet they also like the IBS. There. They were just getting real hung up on these projects because of the fucking boulders in the way, even though they didn't have any, like, denied permissions. Somewhere Shiny gets an eye twitch. That's better. Relocate all the food and keep the prepared meals as the only food over here. There's emerald dye. Oh my god, never mind. The mutilated corpse has gained a name. See, their mutilated corpse has a different name because it's a different creature. Wash Beached was not its name in life. That's the name it gained after it was reanimated from its notable amount of, like, murder in the caves, I guess. You know what? I'm going to leave the trees to be, to grow for a while. I'm not going to babysit that anymore because we have more than enough wood to last us a good long while, I think. We are going to do adventure mode, I promise. I know we've been kind of slacking and it's already 8 p.m. We will be doing adventure mode. My beast is washed. That's why they're so angry. Why does it not let bins? Oh, okay, no. Barrels, it allows the max number. Okay. I love how we'll get announcements for the alpacas having children, but it does not tell me anything when the giant cave spiders create more of themselves. Like mitosis. I really hope they stop eating the damn plump helmets. Like, they need to eat better food. And they've got better food. It's baffling to me that they don't eat the good food. Also, if y'all don't remember, we fired the tavern keeper for causing bar fights by not cutting any of our drunken patrons off. See? Valonia ate a nice meal. She is content after eating a fine dish. How's he doing on drink? He's getting a little low. He hasn't been eating any of his food, which seems strange, but I think it's just that he gets thirsty faster than he gets hungry. So he never... Oh. Sweetheart, I'm working on it. I'm sorry. Like, you shouldn't be doing this job anyway. Why are you planting? Embarrassed dwelling upon watching a performance is such a strange response. This is linked. It is linked. Okay. And this is done. All right. It's time to save. And see if this does protect the temples or not. I will be undoing things if the temples get collapsed, because that would be very, very sad. I need some divine guidance, dude. What's going on? Spirit's taking his kobold children to the fancy restaurant, but all they're ordering is dino nuggies. I mean, that's still better prepared food than just eating the chicken before it's been breaded in the kitchen. Alright. Show linked building. Okay. Time to pull the lever! Wait. Oh, are you kidding? bright side. I forgot a step, and I'd rather reload our save and not have to relink the damn support. What to do when you come back later this week? I don't know. I can't think of anything, honestly. I'd say Rain World, but that seems like an easy answer. Now, unfortunately, we will be unable to have an adventure mode game in this world that we've made. Not without retiring the fortress. What? Oh my god. Love looking at all those disembodied pieces of dog meat and dog brain instead of it being put where it's supposed to be. And if you don't know how it works, that's fine. I don't really have the capacity to explain its nuances on stream, unless that's the point of the stream. Are you stranded? You're stranded, aren't you? You mean you can't get to this downward slope? Really? Seriously? Just a normal dog abattoir. I don't know what that word means. I know how to say it, I think, but I just don't know what it is. Oh, thank God. Okay. Now it is disconnected. There shouldn't be any jobs putting them in those areas, so I am going to make another save. And try this again. 25 months with this funny spooter. Spoder? Where? An abattoir is where animals are processed before they are sent to butchers. Ah! We're learning. We're being so educated. Yes. Alright. Try this again. The game has been saved. Pull the lever. Alright, Shada. Time to find out if this worked. I am so fucking smart and cool and sexy. Hooray! Alright, excellent. The only parts that have not collapsed are these, which we can easily rectify with a little bit of ingenuity. There. We'll get rid of the remaining stuff up there, then we'll deconstruct the walls on the lower floor. And honestly, it leaves some interesting shaped tunnels, which will block off and the water will fill them and it'll look neat. They seem a bit... What seems a bit uneven? Well, I mean, they've already been partially dug, so I don't know if it's too late or not. No? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 1? Ah. Starting from the stairwell to there is 5 by 1. I see. Think that fixed it. Thank you. Good thing that the one that was fucked up was the opposite side that hadn't been dug out yet. The way they make their pathfinding decisions is super bizarre. That worked out a fair bit easier than I expected it to, if I'm honest. And since we still have a season before everything starts to thaw, I can't believe they used clear glass blocks for those walls, by the way. Never trust the build planner to not use your valuable materials when you don't want it to. But, as you might be able to tell, we should definitely get these boulders disposed of ASAP. But now, all we do is deconstruct the walls that we use to protect the temples, and everything's good. It was a little bit of extra... What are you doing? Oh, it's a little bit of extra work to get everything functional. Also, here's hoping I see them eating more of our prepared meals when they're hungry. Look! Yes! Look, it's nothing but prepared meals on tables. Excellent. I just needed to relocate where their food was. I needed to move the raw ingredients, otherwise they'll pathfind to the easiest to reach piece of food, which is almost always something that isn't cooked. Okay, now I can do this. One, two, three, four, five, six. 6 Z levels. Which honestly should be more than enough water for the season. Ta-da! I'm so cool and smart. And now that we've done that, we can go ahead and start work on this part. Which also means fixing this. Which would be, first and foremost, placing walls. And instead, let's make them out of... Yeah, let's go with Cobaltite. And then we simply, I believe... That's all we need to do to slide everything over to where it's supposed to be. Without a terrible amount of extra effort. Why is the glass marked as trash? No. Oh my god, I swear, if y'all throw away my glass blocks, I'm gonna have a fit. There's a lot of stone in here just because getting them to dump items often makes them, fucking throw things away faster. They seem to prioritize dumping. Also, can't you build with the chitin? Can't you? Isn't chitin considered like shell? I think they are, actually. I really wish I could, unlock all the shells separately. I really wish I could, like, search a stack of items and mass select them for, like, undumping or unlocking. Because decorating all of our material with cave spider chitin would be such a baller move. Giant cave toad is fighting with the resurrected forgotten beast. If we're going to keep the shells, we should probably make a quantum stockpile for them, huh? What is this stockpile for? That's for sand. And this is for gems? That are, weirdly enough, not being stored in it. Do we have any rough gems? Bizarre. Isn't this area barring rough gems? Okay, sure, whatever. I'm gonna change this to be shell. And you know what? Sure, bones as well. Why not? They should probably all just be in one place. Did I ever set up a fucking... Where is this? I don't know where this gem stockpile is. Oh, I never made another minecart. Ugh. All except for Dwarf, Kobold, Goblin, Dwarf. I said Dwarf already. Elf. And Human. And then, sure. Make a minecart. Add new task. Make minecart. Make 2 minecarts. Or a minecart. Whatever. I don't care. And would you look at that? In such an easy fix. I wonder how many people noticed that things were uneven and just it was driving them fucking crazy. Have our gnomes invented bongs yet? We don't have gnomes. We have kobolds. Hi, Soda. Can I get a shout out for Soda, please? They're your mom's favorite dog champ. And they were doing they were playing a heathen game for nerds that involves math or some shit. What the fuck? Why are they digging? I didn't assign them to do that yet. That's very strange, but I mean, I guess I'll let them go. Because that needs to be done anyway, now that everything is, situated. Hey, Nubby doesn't know how to do math. That's why he has a factory job. You know what? I can't argue with that, if I'm honest. It's a fair point. But hi, we are currently working on a big project here to get river water from the surface, once it's not frozen, all the way down to this layer here. We will have a full tank of water, so even when winter freezes the river and the ocean over... Where? What just happened? Why did it play a dramatic sting? Oh, was it just them being depressed again? I'm sorry. Who is fighting? Oh no, they're throwing a temper tantrum. No! Stop! Ursi! Don't make me put you back in jail! She feels triumph after starting a fist fight. I will arrest you. God damn it. Interrogate her. Maybe it'll get her to calm down instead of beating her. Please don't do that. She just attacks people, innocent people. It's a good thing I got her out of the military, or she might have murdered somebody with her fucking mace. Oh my fucking god. She knocked out someone's teeth. Subject confessed to disorderly conduct. Please don't beat her. I'm begging you to not. She didn't feel anything discussing her problems. Started fish fight. Nope, she's picking another fight. Oh, she is seriously injured. Okay. That beating was over the top. Where's our fucking peacekeeper? You need to chill. Four injured citizens in the hospital. I really need to get this river project done so that we can start improving the mood of these sad sacks. Yes, someone abandoned their pants. There's little I can do about it, unfortunately. Perfect. All right, now we can start installing our mechanisms here. Can they not reach those? Okay, well, hold on. We can fix that as well. Constructions, bridge. They can, in fact, reach those. It's fine. It's whatever. I will build bridges anyway. Actually, scratch that. Something more fun and more visually interesting. Even if it's going to take a while to build. Okay, we should have some pearl ash lying around now. I'm going to go ahead and make clear glass blocks. Let's check on them in the hospital. Oh, no! Oh, that makes me so upset. I hate that, like, we literally have a perfectly functional jail, and rather than, like, just lock them up for a bit, where they might actually get a little bit of, like, a happiness boost because of our, like, stuff that we've put down there to make it a nicer zone. We have all these, like, fine statues and carvings and artifacts and shit. Instead, let me hit them in the knee with my mace and destroy it forever so they can never walk again. Very cool. I'm about to fire my peacekeeper. Feed you to the fucking zombies. If you've got such a taste for violence. Breaks my heart. Makes me sad. Alright, now let's see if it'll let me build a goddamn water wheel, because this should work. Why? Water wheels are very strange. I'm wondering if it has to do with the amount of available space next to it. It still claims it's blocked at this location. No. This is the layer we want it, because the water is going to be filling the lower layer. Okay, so it just didn't have a mechanism started near it. That was why. It needed a mechanism to attach to. Now, hold up. Because what if we tried to actually do some aesthetically fun shit over here? Machines, water wheels. No, not any material. Let's go with tunnel tube. That might be more than enough, but then we'll go with a nether cap, or black cap rather. Actually, no, yeah, we can still keep doing that, because I think we should have some black cap in the wings ready to be chopped. Yep. Make sure they don't trample anything. And I think that's safe. Yeah. Oh. Hey, there are a couple of trees topside that have grown as well. Hey, cow. Port's going great, other than one of our citizens. What do you mean two of our citizens? How are you stranded? Ugh. This ought to be more than enough power to sustain the fortress for pretty much the rest of our run, if this project actually works as intended. The fights have stopped. I'm still trying to figure out where we got the Bloodthorn from. I'm wondering if Bloodthorn isn't as easy to cultivate or have, like, grow elsewhere, because I haven't seen a single sapling for that anywhere. Even though it's probably not very efficient. No water salt. We don't... Oh, fuck! Wait, what? I literally just refilled the water. What do you mean no water source? Oh! They should be able to give water now. Yeah, that could have been a catastrophe. Look at this. Honestly, between you and me, I might just make these rooms a different shape to delineate them from the temple rooms. Oh, those those black cap water wheels look real cool. Longest running yet? No, I'm not sure. How long was Glimmer Gem? Because we had Glimmer Gem for a while. Rick, it is now winter. Nothing like a hard day smoothing floors to make you drop your pants and leave. Like, I still haven't been able to fix that. Like, I made an area designated for clothing. I'm pretty sure. And they've still refused completely to, like, to put those clothes in that designated stockpile, I think. But I might have undone the stockpile at some point during some other events. Maybe I never did that. Maybe I never did make a stockpile for the clothes. Maybe that's why they keep discarding them still. I don't see one. What was I doing? Oh. Oh! Explains a lot, actually. Also, we should definitely block this area off once the job is done. The glass is taking a while to make. But at least it's being made. Ah, the fucking dwarves again. The enemy has come, and they are preparing to lay siege. They seek to parley. That's cute. Anyway, what happened to the Cyclops? Did it die? I think the Cyclops wandered off. Nope, she died. I have no idea when she died. Or what killed her. I would assume she picked too many fights with the buzzards and they eventually won the war of attrition, being undead. Well, 54 invaders, 61 invaders, 67. Are we going to reach the funny number, guys? Come on, free gate. Ah, 78. Nah, you skipped it. You overshot it by a significant amount. 83. 87. Oh my god, are we going to hit triple digits here? 90. 92. I think that might be them leveling out. That's nearly triple digits. That's crazy. Anyway, they can have fun up there. They're beyond the cares of any kobolds at the moment. We've got more pressing matters to attend to than that. That should be the remaining black cap mushrooms we need for the water wheels. Hello, Worming Dead. Welcome on in. Also, deny. The only lives we're losing are yours, my friends. I have no interest in engaging in your nonsense. not. And then horizontal axle. Oh, I'm sorry. Can y'all not reach these damn things? Ugh. So annoying. I keep forgetting I have to give them basically scaffolding to build these. Or they'll never build them because they're out of reach. They're stumbling around obliviously. We're running out of chances to help her. She's like teetering on the edge of full-blown depressive insanity. And I don't know if we're going to be able to actually save her at this rate. Our boy is happy for now. I am actually willing to cut off the power to his mist generator for a small period. Actually, no, hold on. Cancel removal. Instead, we'll remove it. This one. Because then he doesn't really need both of them. It was just for symmetry's sake. We can instead prioritize this, please. And immediately hook up a system over here because we need this girl to get her fucking shit together before she loses her mind. Oh, that would explain why all the, why all these that would explain why the clothing keeps ending up on the floor, because these areas are still designated as bedrooms, even though there aren't any beds here anymore. Wish there was a faster way to remove these rooms. I haven't seen Tremble in a while. I mean, they are a doctor and they're not dead, so I don't see why I'm, like, worried about them all of a sudden. That would explain their discarded clothing. Okay, the panic room is down here, but I'm now going to erase the panic room's designations here. And instead, paint them in here. Can't help but notice these aren't being taken again. Oh, are we experiencing this same issue again? Oh, okay. I guess only one person is being assigned to do this job. Weird. Alright. Okay, these are open. We need floor. Like, right now. You know what? Copper seems fun. Which will allow them to finish their work on the damn project. How different is a Kobold Fortress? Do they still need alcohol? It's basically identical. There's, like, terminology's a little different, but it's functionally the same. Screw pumps are slowly being assembled. And as soon as we do, we're going to assign Ursi into the timeout room so that she can get some happy thoughts and not completely lose her damn mind. How is there a singular tree in the hospital? That's funny. Okay. Very interesting the choice of build order, but whatever. Okay, these are all connected. Now we just need one more axle. And this system should be in place. And then we just need statues. Make rock statue. But the statue is going to be of a specific image. It's an existing image, and it's going to be an image of Ever Hopeful. Yeah. And, that is supposed to be a work order. God damn it. Specify image, existing image, Ever Hopeful, and specify stone. I need you to make it out of whatever material we have a somewhat reasonable amount of. Yes, and we're going to make 12 of these. Thank you. Stumbling around obliviously. We're running out of opportunities. We're about to lose them like we lost Lizal initially. The glass bridge is slowly getting constructed. Thrilled that we have enough pearl ash that the glass production hasn't been halted any. Haven't made any new sheets in a while because I think the quicklime has been interrupted. Okay, never mind. Masterpiece duck egg roast. It's good to see everyone eating proper meals now. What is he lugging? Nothing, I guess. Oh, hey! It's done! Awesome. There. Now once those bauxite statues are constructed... There we go. Once those bauxite statues are constructed, we can turn on the happiness machine. We're running out of time! It's only early winter. I would like to get this machine up and running, and then we will go into adventure mode. Which means I should probably finish delineating everything here, and also relocating our animals, which is admittedly going to be the one part that we struggle the most with, since we need to make another area with ground for them to eat off of. I just realized something we could do. By doing this, we ensure that they have pathways that they can take, and then block off the center and use that as a way to get water down here. Because then we can channel this and let the water flow out. Because no one else is hospitalized anymore, so we don't immediately need the water source. And once we have this river flowing through the fortress, we'll have a steady supply of water as well. Because from my understanding and doing this testing on another fort, the water will not go above the lower channel we've dug for it. It will not flood the fortress once it pours down this big hole. But we'll see. We'll see. I guess I should also probably start doing this. How many floodgates do we have? 5? We should definitely include oh, that's gonna be a pain in the ass to reach. We should definitely include some grates along the wall so no foreign contaminants or creatures can get in. With all that being said, we'll set up some floodgates on each side here. Well, that's the thing. Water is pressurized if it falls vertically. If it falls multiple Z levels, it becomes pressurized, but I think it needs to be a tight space. If it's just an open space to spread out into, it will not overflow. Is our llama population overgrown again? No, but we've got a bunch of unnecessary extra puppies. As grim as that sounds. And a bunch of... You know what? Yeah, you know what? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13. That leaves 2 males and a lady. Which should also stop getting us those designations telling me that, hey, motherfucker, we're out of X, Y, or Z. Oh my god, who is mining this? Whatever. Okay, now that this area is open, we put in a pair of wall grates, which should be more than enough. Which will keep any foreign critters out once this is opened. Who is Strand? Oh my fucking god, I swear y'all do not know how to care for yourselves. It's wonders how any fortress continues to function after your oversight ends. Starting to think using the black cap was a poor choice because we don't seem to have enough of it to finish these damn water wheels at the pace that I would like. Welcome back. We need 6 more black cap logs to meet the requirements. Have they not been making the statues? Why is that work order not being fulfilled? It's been approved, right? Strange. Do I have... Nope, I don't have anyone specific tied up in it, but we'll see. Oh, goody! We've got the... I mean, no one's taking it because they're all smoothing the floors, right? That's probably why. Yep. Bright side, when you have all 221 members of the fortress doing a job, it gets done a hell of a lot faster. This is taking a little bit longer than I would like. We will do adventure mode. I said we would. Are the black caps... I swear to God. Make it over here, please. I'd like at least this column to get finished. Oh, goody. I love... Wait, what? No. No. You. Cancel construction. Now try... again. Oh, good. The build manager is fucking up again. Choosing to not, like, accept or count any buildings that we construct using it. Which is a little irritating. If I'm being real with you. How many tunnel caps do we have? $14. 3. Yeah, we don't have enough tunnel caps for that either. That's really annoying. It's what I get for wanting things to be, like, consistent. My reward for having preferences. I know you've slipped into a depression. We're working on it, sister. We're trying so damn hard, I promise. I don't get it. Like, I don't get how it fixed itself as well. Like, it stopped working for most of yesterday. And then it started working again. And now it's back to not working. And this is especially annoying because they're attempting, it's basically telling me I won't build, like, the suspend manager doesn't work here because it's basically treating this space as an area that they can get out of. Which they can't. We're slowly working through all the mushroom grass in here. But the bright side is that that mushroom grass will grow back, since most of this is dirt that was dropped from the upper layers. So we don't need to irrigate this area like we have had to do for other parts of the fortress. I mean, I guess we can focus our attentions on other projects until the wood grows that we need. I mean, Nethercap might be fine. Have they made more floodgates yet? They're slowly working on it. Statues have still not even been started, which, again, where is our goddamn work order fill? Like, who's not filling this work order in? Like, Mickey, what the fuck are you doing? Picking your nose? You're the overseer. Hello? We need to make Mickey a room as well, because they're our therapist for the fortress, and without them being given a more functional, decent room, they are going to be grumpy because they are a noble that is not being given the proper living conditions. He is sleeping. He was outraged considering the state of demands. Those 2 bedrooms are going to get... What 2 bedrooms are going to get flooded? I feel like I'm being, like, criticized for doing stupid things instead of... being given a reasonable, like, bit of information on what you are talking about. The dwarfs are still squatting outside, tearing up the landscape. Let them rot. Two of the rooms have doors facing the future water channel. You mean on this side? Where is it? In here. No, they don't. These... What? What are you talking about? Oh, these. I mean, that's an easy fix. Mickey, are you gonna do your job now or what? Oh my god. Stop doing a job that isn't yours. It's a wonder we ever have any work orders. Nikki, are you gonna fill the work orders, please? You still have an office. But if you're being so demanding, as a fucking side project while we're waiting for the trees to grow... You have been managing this place effectively after such a long time. It's only fair that you have a proper place to sleep and do your thing. They want a bedroom, a study, and they already have an office. We'll give them another one. Seven by 8. 7 by 8. Bedroom. Dining area. Office. I'm not building you a tomb. Sorry. Finally! God, it took you forever to fill that order. I mean, that's kind of exactly the thought process, Pink, with the cave diving memes. Our drink levels keep going down, and I do not like it. Why are so many planting and brewing jobs not getting done? Hey. Oh, I thought I canceled those dig designations. I guess they dug them out anyway. I guess, whatever. You think the 6 thieving invaders will cause some issues? Oh, we've got some undead showing up. Gonna attack the dwarves, and like a couple of buzzards are gonna send them all running for the hills. The giant buzzard fiendish gloom husk is fighting. Busy fighting the other birds. Where is the fiendish gloom husk? Oh, found it. And the other buzzard is dead. Oh. Oh. I swear, it never sweeps in where I think it's gonna. It always seems to pick the middle of the ocean. Which is fair, although they're all running... Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh! Oh! Oh, that's bad! They're about to get fiend... Oh! Nil odd... Oh my god. Nil fiendish gloom husk. And they're in full armor. Oh my god! This just became a disaster. That entire army has just been fucking turned into undead husks. So, Pink, there is a cloud of fiendish gloom. Fiendish gloom, the cloud of fiendish gloom, its effect in our particular map turns any that get caught in it into a nigh unkillable undead thrall that is aggressive and opposed to all life. So what has just happened is that an entire army of heavily armored dwarves has just been turned into an unstoppable Terminator, like turned into an army of unstoppable Terminator undead. Our only hope is that the water... Oh boy. Yep, this army is experiencing a true nightmare scenario for any who have not yet been turned, as their comrades go completely mad and turn on them and tear them to shreds. This is proper, like, apocalypse scenario. It's weird that the fiendish gloom husks aren't being classified as hostiles when they absolutely are. Although, it feels a lot more like they just all fled, including the husks. No relationships. They are dead. They are no longer a living creature. But are they leaving? Which, if they do, is a little bit boring. You'd think after becoming a husk, they wouldn't depart the map, but I guess so. Which, arguably, I feel like is worse. Yep, they're gone. That is really strange. You would have thought they would have stayed behind. I'm honestly a little disappointed. I was really hoping they'd stay. Just because it would have added an extra level of disaster, like harrowing danger topside. The buzzard's purple because it's undead. It's a zombie. The fiendish gloom husks don't get shown as undead, despite them also technically being undead. But the proper, just absolute, like, core undead critters will show up as purple. Well, undead can have various different colors. The hostile to all life and everyone around them are purple. They're aggressive to any living creature. Doesn't matter prior allegiances. The sort of tealish ones are usually still either they're completely unfeeling but capable of following instructions, or they are just exactly the same as they were in life. They're just now immortal and undead. We haven't seen any of those others because, well, we don't have a necromancer to create them. This ought to satisfy Mickey. Especially once we get some beds and other shit in here. I think Mickey has a spouse, right? Do they? It is... We'll go a little later so we can do our adventure mode stuff. No, they are a single man. And I'm only doing these other tasks at the moment to kill time while we wait for winter to end. Ah! We have immediately satisfied their bedroom and dining hall requirements. Let's try this again. No one is taking the job still. Like, I'm infuriated by this bug. It's such an obnoxious and difficult to, like, I don't understand why it'll just be like, well, I've decided, actually, that I don't really feel like doing that job. That designation doesn't exist. I thought it literally just told me that we had fucking, like, 4 black cap available. Where did all the black cap go? Hmm? Are y'all using... I swear to God, if y'all start using the black cap for ash making, I'm gonna be real irritated. On the bright side, we have a bit more paper to work with. There's also vampires, but they're just gray, but are more notable for spiky ears. I mean, you can also look at their vast collection of carved bone charms and items from, like, a long, extended life of killing and taking trophies. Hello, Painted Raccoon. I would express more, like, emotion, but someone has scrunkled me and I am unable to do so. But hello, everybody. My name is Spirit. I'm just a little guy. I stream for fun. Usually an imp, sometimes a spider. We're playing Dwarf Fortress. We're living in an undead hellscape. An entire army of dwarves just got routed after half their number got turned into nigh unstoppable undead killing machines. I used to be a spider, but now I'm a little guy. Are you seriously sleeping on this table? Do you not have a sleeping... Do you not have quarters of your own? I swear to God. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure the amount of rooms we have in here is only for half the fortress. And the other half is, alas, without sleeping quarters. And now I have a screaming devil who wants my attention. Meow. We only get, like, 1 black cap log per tree. I say we just cut our losses on that front. Otherwise, I'm never gonna get these all installed. I'm gonna deconstruct these two and make it out of a different material. Hell, we'll make it out of a fucking tunnel tube. We should have enough of that. Ah, I'm normal again. But how was your stream? What were you playing? You were playing Haste. Good one. That's a good one. Did you see the big guy? Oh my God, the armorer's taken a Fey mood. Here's hoping that she gets a happy fucking thought from doing this. She's been given a Fey mood. Oh boy. Oh no, yeah, it's very addicting, honestly. We're going to be doing some adventure mode in a bit. I've just been trying to get this mega project started so we can have proper mechanical power without having to rely on our cluster of really inefficient windmills. Ooh. Has she taken... What workstation has she taken? She's claimed the metalsmith's forge. Who knows what she'll make? Could be a wide variety of different weird things. We've been developing some interesting stories here. We had an army of 92 dwarves on our doorstep, but a cloud of fiendish gloom swept in and converted like 50 to 60% of them into undead thralls that then chased the rest of their forces off the map. God, we need a second glass kiln, if I'm honest. And a second, yeah, I'm gonna make a second kiln area for both the kiln and for the glass furnace, because we need it. Ugh, digging. Damn stone. It's damp because there's water above you, you dumb clowns. Cut the stone. The river does not unthaw until late spring, so we still have a little bit of time before we need to start sealing up all the openings. I'm fixing to bar their access to that area, but also we do need to start digging this out. And now that the animals have been... I'm realizing now... I smoothed that floor. Is that actually going to disrupt our ability to get fungus to grow here if we covered it in mud? It didn't even occur to me that that might be an issue. Hey, Spar. How you doing? Can I get a shout out for Spar, please? Fabulous VTuber, extremely skilled animator and artist. Sweetheart. Chef. Just chilling? Excellent. Me too. But every time I get down here to start working on that, I remember that we don't have a way to get... We don't have another location for our animals to graze, which is a problem. A pretty considerable problem. You know what? Why not? I'm going to cut this tree down, too. I don't even know if they have access to it. Hey, look at that.
And another, and another, and another.
More clowns for the river. That's one area designated. Pit, pond, go. See, if this area wasn't about to be filled with water, it'd be perfect. But, as you might have guessed, it's about to be filled with water. So our animals would drown. And this area would be great if they wouldn't trample every single tree in it. What? Ah. Oh! They have created the Hacer Gace Rare. I don't know. An iron spiked helm. She offers it to bright future the hopeful. Did that at least lift your mood a little bit? She feels satisfied after creating an artifact. This is an iron-spiked helm. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round native platinum cabochons. Wow! And rectangular conglomerate cabochons. Less wow. Studded with iron, decorated with alpaca wool, and encircled with bands of dog bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of black cap and menaces with spikes of cobaltite. On the item is an image of a round lime tree and pigtail. They have created a fancy artifact. Another cloud of fiendish gloom drifts through the sky. We should definitely dig this now before it gets too late, if I'm honest. But I realize I have not blocked off any of the other areas the water could flow. Wall. Wall. So I think all the mechanisms are in place. All except for the... Damn it. We don't have a fucking lever for the floodgates. 1 second. Fuck, where was I just at these? Our best place to put this lever so that we know where it is would be in the exact area where all of the other shit's at. There we go. As soon as it's built, we'll link it to the floodgates, and then we can start worrying about the inevitable hazard of opening any surface level hatch to dig this fucking singular channel. One. What item are you storing? Giant cave spider meat. Ah. It plays a sound cue, Dutchling. Are you blazed right now?
Seek fluid intake.
Vital signs are dropping.
All right, 1 second. was a good one, actually. I needed that one. Fuck. I'm really hoping this plan works. I'm really hoping with this much water coming in, with that big of a water tank, that it should last during most of the year when the water is frozen over. Otherwise, well... Thought concluded. It is springtime! I think the river thaws out earlier than the ocean. I think the river thaws out first. And then we're going to enter adventure mode, which I have never played. So I know very little about it. And I understand very little about it. But I've heard legends. Well, I'm going to probably retire my Riverwash Fortress. And go into the Glimmergem world for our adventures. Alright, I need to link this lever to a lot of mechanisms. God, I swear, like, unless I make it a garbage task, no one moves these stones. At least they don't move them very quickly. I feel like our population of spiders is beginning to explode again. Mildly concerning. I'm tempted, just so that we have a place for them, I am tempted to maybe... Although... Oh, that doesn't feel like the right call, though. You have just too many of them. Oh, look! I love the way they've all arrived in a perfect L formation at the edge of the map. You bitch-ass motherfuckers! You sent your merchants to their deaths in a notoriously dangerous, evil land. I didn't ask you to send your human merchants. The only merchants I wish would show up are the ones from my own faction. But no. You sent your merchants to die, and then you were like, wait, what? They died? That's pretty crazy. I bet it's those sneaky little kobolds' fault. Let's kill them. You are all prejudiced as fuck, and I have no desire or reason to parlay or open my front gate. Enjoy the fucking gloom. Or the undead giant buzzards. Or whatever other horrid evil decides to show up. Also, you bastards, of course you'd show up right before the water thaws so I can't even do anything. I'm hoping the water thaws before the parlay expires. Because then at the very least, I have the luxury of doing a task real fast before they make a fucking stink. 37 human invaders. 51. 61, 73, 79, 83. Are we gonna breach the triple digits this time? Y'all, I'm shocked y'all didn't encounter an army of undead gloom husks on the way here. 96 human invaders. 104! We have officially breached triple digits. 110 humans. It's probably a mix of humans, dogs, and horses. Also 116. The number's still going. 118. 126. Great Google. 130. Great googly moogly. It just keeps going up. They like both the humans and the dwarves are at war with us because their merchants died. And we did not kill their merchants. Their merchants died to devilish ash and some undead. And they've decided to blame us. 146. That number is insane. That is a absolutely deranged number of enemies, and it's still not done going up. Yikes. Well, I mean, if the water thaws out first, we'll be set. $164. $165. It feels like it could possibly maybe be petering out. Nope. $166. God. These guys are even angrier than the dwarves are. I have genuinely never seen this many enemy invaders in this game before. That's an insane army. That is beyond our capacity to confront. And our trap system is unlikely to deal with all of them as well. We are approaching 200 enemy combatants. Now, we could unleash a couple dozen giant spiders on them, but at the moment, we have operated on a purely retaliatory, like, behavior instead of lashing out first. Like, I haven't traded with your people. Like, I wish there was a way to parlay in that regard, like, to be like, hey, we're not responsible, and give them, like, proof that we didn't. But alas, no such functions yet exist. Hey, they can bitch and moan all they want. I feel no obligation to them. We're at 190. God, the humans are a lot angrier, aren't they? Why does that not surprise me? It'd be funny if this one undead bird is enough to rout an army of nearly 200 enemies. I mean, if with any luck, a cloud of devilish ash will drift through and kill them all. And any survivors might be like, huh, maybe that's what happened to our merchants. We should probably fuck off. I promise you, gang, one of my plans with this fortress is, and honestly, I think this story's developed very well. Our initial plan was to reclaim Silent Shores, and I don't know how that works if we are sending armies out and about across the world. Take important treasures. Yeah, we can explore Silent Shores, but we can't, like, reclaim it this way. However, with a foothold this close and this successful, I think a future reclamation effort might be a bit more manageable. In any case, because of this untold aggression from two supposed allies, one of which has sided with the goblins just out of, like, some kind of depraved, desperate need to get revenge for something that we didn't do. I think Frost is going to reach a point where she's going to, like, send her own... She's going to march out onto their own homes and fucking attack them and sack their own homes. If they're going to send armies to attack and honestly, on the back foot, struggled up until this point to survive in this deadly land, a fortress that was established with the sole original goal of putting our fallen brothers and sisters to rest at Silent Shore, and we are being attacked from all sides by not only undead, but by former allies. Like, she's pissed. And I think we should finally teach them a lesson. Once we get this water system set up, I think one of our big next goals should be establishing a large military and marching on them. They want to march on us? Okay. Bet. God, this building linking is taking 1,000 years. Agony. Absolute agony. Delighted being near a waterfall. Unmet need, fight, and excitement. I would do that, but only once you're not on the brink of fucking ripping someone's goddamn ears off because you're so unhappy. It's a shame we can't sick the Forgotten Beast on our enemy. Now, we could parlay and give them an artifact, but at this point, Frost is like, give them no quarter. This is clearly a deep-seated prejudice on our supposed friends who have decided at the drop of a hat to declare war on us. She has no desire to entertain such like empty promises of peace, especially since she's had no need to actually confront them and engage in combat. What with, you know, us being fully self-sufficient down here. Now, as long as the petition is still up, I don't think they'll attack. Now, I just don't know how long this parlay will last. I don't know how long before they will give up on the whole attempt to avoid loss of life and immediately go for the throat. My hope is that their speed on the surface will be slow enough that if they are in hostility mode by the time that I send someone up to dig that trench, they won't actually come after us. Now, how are we doing on the linkage? Are you done yet? Oh, they haven't even linked this one yet. A snowstorm. Why can't the weather be evil when I want it to be evil? It's only evil when it's inconvenient, which I guess, you know, that tracks. God, it's really hard to multitask in this game for me. Nice. Dutchling, I would recommend putting that somewhere other than the general chat, though. Maybe, off topic? I'd say personal art, but it's not really art. It's like Minecraft? That looks really cool. And very flattering, honestly. I appreciate that you like that drawing so much that you're wanting to do that. I'm noticing that these... Oh, right! These must also be broken from when the build manager stopped functioning. I don't even care anymore. No, using boulders means it's going to take longer. Oh, are you about to get arrested? Forgotten a demand. I've never seen that pop up before. Ugh. Nothing inconvenient ever happens to my enemies. All right, that's almost halfway done. That has taken a long time to link these. Shouldn't more than one kobold be doing this task? I guess it's a single lever. Oh my goodness. It's hard to tell when they've actually started to make a move. What we could do, actually, that might be safer, is the usual task, right? This is ice. If we set up a bridge. Like right here. Oh, I'm sorry. You have to be able to reach the materials first. Whatever. We can do the same thing we did to tap the volcano to access the water without putting the fortress at risk. Oh, are you the only person doing this job? I'm beginning to suspect that, like, the mechanics or the engineers are more inclined to do these jobs than others are. Sleeping on the lever seems extremely not smart as well. Running low on marble. She's still sad. Hopefully the meeting makes her happier. Who's meeting? God, I really wish there was more we could do for her, but there's so little. She wants to craft an object. She wants to pray. She also wants to pray to Lair. Oh, that's the wrong one. She wants to... Yeah, she wants excitement. She wants to help somebody. She wants to be with family, but... Oh, no. She's lost the last 2 friends she had. She doesn't have friends anymore. Angry, dwelling upon getting into an argument. Guilty, dwelling upon being unable to rest and recuperated. Sunk into a depression. I'm worried that there's very little we can do to help her. Like, I don't know what else to do other than try and, like, set up labor so that she's not doing any work. Wish there was a way to, like, mass select. There's so many kobolds in this fortress, and not really a reasonable way to select all of them. I mean, having almost half the fortress doing it seems more than sufficient. There. Now, she shouldn't have any job except wander. You don't need to do anything else. Uffa duffa, man. Uffa duffa. Now, this is going to cost us our water supply for the moment. But I'm hoping that this should be a relatively reasonable amount of water to get some enough mud down there for our animals to be relocated. Although, we don't have that many alpacas. It honestly might be smart to just, like, pen them somewhere really... in a relatively safe area. Hell, I mean, just... this whole tunnel is, like, functional, right? We could just temporarily move them over here. Because our front doors are locked and there's no other way in. Ah! No, that won't work because, the gate is closed. Never mind. I love that it gives us a big list of caged animals. It's already 10:15. Can we please get this show on the road? How long does it take to link a fucking building? I feel like I've been here 1,000 years waiting. All right. We are then going to repasture all of our other critters as well. Deconstruct our egg boxes. In fact, I don't think the chickens need a zone to pasture in. That might actually be more than enough now that I'm looking at it. Appreciate everyone bearing with me. I always get nervous when things go past the normal end time because I start to worry that I'm like, people are tired and they're like, oh, the stream's still going. I kind of want to go to bed now, but Spirit's not done yet. Ugh. Wish he'd hurry up. You know? I'll probably put the current elsewhere. Ugh. This could be a problem. Then again, this is... No, that would disconnect everything, wouldn't it? Yeah. Although... Hold on, no. Yeah, we've got those paths and those paths. The stairs are actually no longer necessary. Except for those ones. Those ones are still needed, but we should be able to block that off now. So the water should flow over the edges, but not go into the middle. So we're going to have 4 waterfalls coming around each individual side and pouring down into the lower chamber. That's at least the theory. In practice, it might not behave as intended, but theoretically, our ideas are sound. God, I miss our goddamn construction machine. Our construction mechanism. Are y'all trapped down here? I bet you are. You dumb bastards. Ugh. This is the one floor that you'll no longer have access to. Ugh. I love video games. Fine. Bro. Why did you stop the work? Okay. Good Lord. Oh. Damn it. We need to relocate the spiders, too. Where's all our spider... Oh my good lord. There are so many. We might need to butcher some more. Also, of course, all the thread is sitting down there untouched, so I need to now pause our current garbage dump, make a new one somewhere more convenient. Yeah, sure. Pause. And now make a new garbage dump right here. And now I'm going to go to the basement and mark every single one of those godforsaken pieces of thread as trash before it all just gets drowned and no one ever has access to it again. Because their priorities are so horrendously, bizarrely skewed. I'm having a hard time telling which dogs are in which pasture. Did I somehow miss a singular giant spider? Nope. All dogs and other critters have been relocated. This area, well, except for that dog. Sorry. Okay, no. Is the dog leaving? Good. Are you leaving too, sweetheart? Good. Excellent. One final task. Of course she is. I can't do much for you, sister. Who is she fighting? Like, there's not much I'm able to do for her. Like, I literally don't think, I think she might have crossed an event horizon. I don't think it's possible to make her happy anymore. Yep, and here comes the fist fight. I am putting you in fucking timeout. I'm about to lock you in a room and let you go insane. I want to be nice to you, but you're really making it hard to sympathize the more you make it a problem for everyone else. Especially being a fucking competent military soldier. Arrest her. Don't hurt her, please. If she dies, I'm gonna fucking I'm going to exile our fucking peacekeeper. I promise you. Look at this. She started a goddamn fist fight and upset everybody. They've hurt our tavern keeper severely. She killed Shad. She killed him. I don't think there's coming back from this, sister. You just killed one of our kobolds. The armorer punches the tavern keeper in the head with her left claw, bruising the muscle and bruising the skull. The force pulls the neck, tearing apart the fat and bruising the muscle, and tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. The tavern keeper misses the armorer. Gruesome wounds, begone fear. I've been injured badly. This leaves me so shaken. This is a fight. I laugh in the face of death. I saw a kobold preach on Sarsi, the past ancient, at the Chapel of Time. I am so spiritually moved. Shad has been found dead. There's something weirdly emotional about that. Their last thought before dying was one of faith. And the fight still... they've killed another one. That's it. You're gone. There is no longer anything I can do for you. If you're going to hurt everyone around you, then you can find and fend for yourself. You have killed 2 innocent kobolds in your temper tantrum. In fact, if you get beaten to death, I think you will be the one that gets, like, Oh my god. This fight has spread across the fortress. It has caused a cascade of violence amongst a bunch of kobolds. Seems that this Shamla was actually the one that was Ursi's fault. Kuro, Shamla, and Shad are all dead. Where is this troublemaker? You were a fucking valiant soldier for so long. Ability to stand lost. I'm just hoping that you get taken to the hospital before you get a beating from our peacekeeper. It's sad that what's happening is we've lost 4 kobolds due to infighting, due to a fucking upset. See, the upset, it's gonna be a cascade. If we can't get this fucking system set up, what we're gonna end up with is a fucking disaster. It turns out the ocean thaws first, not the river. We're gonna have the fortress tear itself apart from within, long before any of the undead get to us. Fan art's done? Oh, that's great! That's super cute, thank you! Where'd it go? I lost my fucking window. Oh, it's fine. I'll get it in a minute. Seven injured and 4 dead from this goddamn ballroom blitz. Jesus.
Seek fluid intake.
All right, chat. I'm choosing to give this to you. Ursi is unfortunately really, really upset. I'm actually going to go ahead and give them a nickname because I keep saying it wrong. But she's been here for a long time. However, she has been doing nothing but causing increasing numbers of issues for the rest of the fortress. And I can't in good conscience continue to let her... There's a reference, Brodo, in... I lost my train of thought. I'm leaving it up to you, chat. She's been here since the fortress's founding. She was a part of the Eye Gleam's military squad until her mental health declined so severely that she started to pick fights with anyone she could get her hands on, caused a crippling, life-ruining injury to one of our kobolds, and then killed one, and caused a brawl that ended the lives of 3 others. Do we exile her? Can I get a poll on that? We don't have the ability to imprison her like that. We can convict her, but she'll eventually get released. There's not much we can do. I would imprison her indefinitely if it was even possible. Selena Skeleton. On the bright side, I think these are all officially, what are these? These are all officially linked. So I can officially lock this shit down. What are you doing? Oh my god. Why must you... Why... Ooh, it drives me nuts. You literally have a mountain of stone 5 feet from the mechanism workshop, and yet you choose to wander the entire breadth of the whole wide world to pick up a boulder as far away from your workstation as possible. It feels like someone procrastinating from doing their actual goddamn job. Here's the worst part. Guess what Ursi's just done? They have condemned a bunch of other citizens in the hospital to potential death because we don't yet have more water in the fucking hospital. During the course of this whole project, she has done nothing but jeopardize the lives. Wow, everyone said exile. 9 people? The problem is, we have an army of fucking humans on our doorstep, and exiling her might get her struck down by the military outside. She's a legendary fighter, but I'd rather not send her to die. I will respect everyone else's decision, but I'm not exactly a big fan of it. I don't like sending them away because their discontent is something that we could make an effort to fix, but we're just not doing it fast enough. And at the moment, she's an existential threat to the rest of the fortress. How much more of this are y'all gonna be... like, there's so much of it still down there. Okay, that's sealed. This is sealed. I didn't consider it, but I don't think the water can flow through those gaps. Either way, I have to unseal this because fuck me running, I forgot. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to. For lucky, the injuries aren't severe enough to require any actual long-term hospital stay. The numbers rise as the ocean thaws. Why does the river freeze first and thaw last? So weird. Should have made this a door so we could blockade this when we don't need the water. Ah! Well, that doesn't explain why it thawed out faster. Well, I guess it'll unfreeze faster for the same reason. Never mind. Science. It's only a matter of time before another goddamn fortress-wide fist fight starts. That's what happened before and why we fired the tavern keeper. They got so fucking blasted. Also, I can't help but notice that nobody has gone to retrieve her from the floor. She has not been retrieved. Okay, that wall's built. This wall is built. Is no one gonna... Okay, thank you. But now all the floodgates will be closed. And the only ways the water can get anywhere else is by the path that we want it to take. Which is to say, through our canal, down the center shaft, through this floor, down here, around the edges, and then down into this pit, where I will, in fact, just to be sure... Can no one mind that? Okay. We'll make it a little wider so there's a bit more, like, ways for the water to drain. The thread is taking so long to transport, man. I really wish that they would just... It's thread! Put it in a wheelbarrow! There's probably enough fucking... You probably have enough hands. You could probably put all of that thread in one wheelbarrow. What are the spools the size of your head? Oh no. We've lost another one. We've lost another one who died in the hospital. We don't want to mark them as garbage, because at this point, trashing them is just going to make everyone more upset. an absolute fucking shit show. Okay, so that's blocked. That's blocked. That is now blocked. That just leaves one last block, and at this point, I bet you the ice will have fucking thawed in the river. Nope. But is the fucking... There, at least that's done. God, I'm so stupid. Y'all, I'm so fucking stupid. I did not think this was going to take as long as it did. I really didn't. Why are you building from within the goddamn area? Okay, fine. Whatever. And I'm noticing people eating plump helmets again. Y'all got no one to blame but yourselves for your misery, gang. We have so many cooked meals, and y'all are instead choosing to eat raw mushrooms. Like true intelligent people. Is no one gonna bury the dead? I don't know why Pinion is being given an option here. Not Pinion. I want... No. No. That, like, they've been dead and we have a memorial. We do not need that one. We need one for Shad, who doesn't have a grave. Oh my god. Oh. Please tell me that the injured citizens, like, okay, no one is stranded except for the person we expected to be. Where is our mining squad? Where are like all of our miners dead? Or are they all injured? Is every single one in the hospital? No, let me guess. They're all busy moving things because I assigned them to a hauling job. Is there another digging operation somewhere I'm not aware of? Oh, fucking finally. This has been a series of unfortunate incidents. It's funny that the invaders have waited for months for our response and have basically done nothing. Okay. So here's the good news. That one last block will be the only one that needs placing. And then we'll be able to fill this tank with river water because the water has officially thawed out. With this system and setup, we'll be able to safely mine this wall without the water flooding into the fortress. It will then flow wherever we want it. We just need, this to be blocked so that whoever opens it up doesn't get immediately drowned in this crawl space. Where are you? Oh my god, why? Why are you walking so slowly? Let's pick the slowest possible person to construct this building. I'm assuming it's because you're coming to grab this block? Yeah. Which at least is smarter than going... Yeah, you slipped into a depression, Ursi. I'm shocked no one's come to help you. Like, why is the the hospital isn't occupied. Why is no one helping her? Something tells me that they're not helping her because of her actions. This is really sad. This makes me sad. Oh, that was the wrong lever. Thank fucking God I didn't pull that one when the floodgate was open, or we would have all died. All right. Here we go. It's about goddamn time. It's only taken 2 extra hours. Well, we're not exiling them until those humans are gone or 6 feet under due to some other unfortunate surface side events. However, I am going to make a burrow and lock her in it until she goddamn gets her shit sorted. You've done a great many things for our fortress. Can someone please prioritize this job before everybody dies? But of course, no one's going to pull the lever. And 7 additional kobolds are about to die of thirst in the hospital. However, we can at least bask in the glory of this job finally getting done. Also, it was a good thing we put a grate up, so all that debris did not go somewhere. And lo and behold, it's taking salt water. That's really annoying. Which means we'll have to set up a cistern because this isn't going to be fucking drinkable. But that job is getting done. All right. Show linked buildings, double check. Okay. Pull this lever, please. Oh, it's finally. Finally. Also, so things don't look ugly. This is my neat little trick for hiding ugly stuff. Ta-da! No more boulders. I mean, obviously there's a lot of boulders down here still, but... Oh, for the love of God! It's like the timing is the worst every time. I think Ursi might die of thirst. Look, I sympathize with her, but I can't excuse murder. I can't. As sad and as frustrating and as, like, miserable as she's been, she lashed out and took the life of another kobold. She permanently maimed another one. Regardless of the service that she's provided for our entire fortress, I can't in good conscience let her continue. Oh, that's gonna drive me nuts. Actually, you know what? I don't care. It's not important enough for me to care. Slowly, the cistern fills. It's nice when a plan comes together, even if other disasters decide to strike instead. Where the hell is our lever puller? Okay. Gur, you might want to move faster. Also, big fan. Love the work you did for Hot Topic. You must walk down the corridor of giant cave spiders before you can pull the lever to provide water to the hospital. Really wish I could prioritize pump usage, but nope. It's one of the few things that I can't make them prioritize. You just gotta wait. This is dire. Dehydrated. I refuse to let these kobolds die because we had to drain the water from our fucking hospital water source at the one moment our fucking legendary mace-bowled military soldier had to go on a rampage. Who's taking the pump job? Operate pump. The lives of our hospital, the lives of everyone hospitalized are in your hands. Hurry. Hurry. I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think we're going to have time. They're all going to attempt to gather water, but find none. Bit of a mess starting to happen in here. But on the bright side, I think they are... Does this area still... Okay, good. Some of them are still gathering water. This area still counts. Although, hopefully, the water will fill this area fast enough. Also, yeah... It's a little unfortunate. No one is grabbing her, and I don't think they're going to. And I think it's because there are so many injured, the doctors are busy trying to take care of them, and the orderlies are trying to give water that doesn't exist. So they're getting caught up in a different task instead of the one that needs doing. Seven starving. Okay, okay. How's our reservoir doing? I knew it! Oh, I knew it! We gotta fix that right now. I knew those things wouldn't count to cover up the walls. Should have covered the damn stairs. I'm really annoyed by it, but it's too late. I'm not going to go back. No, no, I did not want to make the bars out of fucking stone. I wanted to make it out of your goddamn bones. Two starving or dehydrated units. Okay. I think y'all can stop now. That means Ursi is still on the floor. They literally didn't even move her to the hospital. They just, like, gave her water out in the hallway and didn't even bother to move her. Unfortunately, we're having a bit of a flooding problem. Oh, god damn it, dude. I'm fucking livid. Are you serious? There's no way to stop the flood. The only way to do this would be to literally tear these walls down and hope that we can get a construction in before the water gets any further. We're running on limited time. Otherwise, this whole fortress is lost. Literally right now. Gabbro, Gabbro, Gabbro. As long as the water is still flowing downstairs, we have time to salvage this. Water flows slower through diagonals. Where are you? As if you couldn't walk any slower. The fortress will drown if you don't move. On the bright side, they did manage to get a wall down because I think us building up here actually managed to stop the disaster from getting too bad. Why did you do that? Why did you step there? Why did you do that? Sweetheart, what are you doing? I am utterly mystified by the decision-making of that kobold. They are running out of time to fix this before it becomes unsalvageable. The water's pushing them down. It's washing them away. I'm honestly pissed off now because guess what? This problem would have been solved had, I don't know, I waited another 5 minutes for this wall to get built. I'm about to go nuclear. No adventure mode. I'm actually pissed off. And this, like, you know what? No, actually, I'm operating on, like, pragmatism here. And honestly, I think it works great for the character of our fucking lead militia. This whole goddamn cascade of disaster is all one kobold's fault, and she's fucking out. May the gods have mercy on you, because I do not tolerate this kind of chicanery in a place that's teetering on the verge of life or death. Our entire food supply is at risk. There's no way to build here because there's too much water. It is now impossible to salvage. And when was our last save? I don't know. I'm going to just take the L and hope it wasn't too far back because God fucking damn. All I wanted to do was do a little adventure mode today, and this task kept getting sidelined by other problems, and then right before it was completed, one of our strongest kobolds decided to have a fit and kill a bunch of people, causing a cascade of disaster that is going to cost the lives of the rest of the fortress. And it would have been fine had I just waited an extra 2 minutes, because they would have built the wall, and then those staircases being flooded would have not mattered. I'm hoping that this isn't too far back. It might be before we dug the water channel. Again, I don't mind failure. I mind when failure seems to be a result of shit outside my control. Okay, that's not terrible. We can still salvage this, and I think we can do it before the water gets too high. You little fucker. Oh my god. Why is it always the kobold the furthest from the job that takes it? Why is it always the dwarf that picks it, that is like, okay, hey guys, I need someone to come over to my house here in the United States of America. I need you to fix my plumbing. All right, cool, 1 second. And then they call someone in fucking Europe and tell them to get over here pronto to fix it. That's what it feels like in this game. It feels like they pick the furthest individual from the job to go and do the job. All best laid plans. And we're going to still canonize that mistake. I think I like that as being like a speech that Frost gives to Ursi after Ursi's meltdown. A hypothetical. As a result of her temper tantrum, their focus was distracted and turned to a bunch of other problems because of her meltdown. And as a result, a critical project that was nearing completion was unable to be properly safeguarded, and the whole fortress drowns. And even if that's not a good reason, it's Frost's justification. Okay. There. Now... Uh-oh. Nope, it's still not going to be safe. I really hate that there aren't, like, ways to navigate or put shafts through, fortifications, actually. We're running out of time. Our quickest option is going to be that. Just gotta hope that they can get to it before it's too late. This is still post-fight. Yes, there are still... What's going to happen is I think we're going to lose the kobolds in the hospital because I'm prioritizing this, because this will kill the whole fortress if we do not fix it. Why is it the same 2 fucking kobolds being given this job? The water is starting to get to this level. They're almost there. This is crisis mode. Oh my god. Right? Oh my god. The water is still going to leak in a little bit because it can go through diagonals, but I think this might be the salvage move. We're going to get a little bit of water in the hospital and a little bit down below, but it should be a far less disastrous outcome. This is standing on top of a locomotive and laying the track in front of it. Oh! I think we've got it. But, actually, I might... Yep, nope, there it is. You mean like this? You mean like this? Crisis averted. Well, we have 10 starving units. Is this still salvageable? I almost killed the fortress right there. I almost pulled the wrong lever. Fucking Emperor's New Groove style and killed everybody. But now the water reservoir should fill and not flood the fortress. Who's operating the pumps? How about this? We'll still do other things tomorrow, but we will do an adventure mode peak tomorrow and see. I'll put a poll up on the server because this was not meant to take as long as it did. I was really hoping the project would have gotten sorted out a lot quicker than this. Love that the one unessential, like the less important pump is the one that everyone went to first. You know what? We still have time. $11 starving units. So many injured. Yep, there they go. One by one, they will drop like flies. It was a decision that had to be made. If anything, gang, I'm gonna be real. This was, weirdly enough, it turned into a trolley problem. We either prioritize the hospital's water supply and save the dwarves or the kobolds in the hospital. Let me try that again. We either prioritize the hospital's water supply and save the dying or injured kobolds in the hospital, but as a result, the whole fortress dies. Or we let these die of dehydration in order to save the fortress. We lost Tyrone. We lost a named kobold. Akok. Well, that's an unfortunate name. And Zok. Clothier and Miner. Both dead. All a result of Ursi's fit of rage. Lura, also dead. 4 have died. All because of this. That's 2 full layers of water. That would have killed so many more. It would have taken a while, but it would have invariably flooded the fortress. It was a never-ending source of water flowing from a river, and it would have either been whole fortress drowns, or we lose our entire food supply, all of our drink, all of our plump helmets. We would have lost every single seed that we have for drink. It would have been a slow death by everyone of dehydration, or everyone drowns, which is a weird sort of back and forth on what your fate is. The lesser of 2 evils. And yet, throughout all of this, these human invader bastards are still milling around outside. Are y'all done getting all this, please? A painful reminder of just how on a knife's edge they are here, exactly. At this stage, I have to take precautionary measures right now. Fortunately, the only arrests we've had to make have been... Oh, that's linked to the jet pillars? I thought that was linked to the bridges. What jet pillar? Oh. Pull the lever and then link it to this. We're gonna lock them in the goddamn... We're gonna lock them in jail. I don't think there's a way to put them in a cage and keep them there. Not unless they're an enemy of the fortress. Keeps putting Pinion in there. And other dead that we haven't buried yet, I guess. Cancelled. Water source vanished. Okay, that should be enough. Wait, no, 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 other lever first. Jesus. Almost doomed the fortress to another instant death. I might have sounded irritated, but it's like mainly, like, that was a mistake on my part that I really didn't, like, that happened due to, like, it's because I wanted to do other things before the stream was over, and we're already approaching midnight. And so having that happen as a result of, like, a side incident in the game that normally I would have embraced immediately kind of tilted me a little. But now that the danger is past and the problem is resolved, I can safely acknowledge the narrative, you know, the narrative impact. Did we have a cave-in or what? Let me guess. The support beam is somehow still not doing what I thought it would do. Correct. Somehow, this chunk of land is seemingly not connected to anything, and yet it's still airborne. I'm admittedly at a loss. I think it's probably because it's still connected to the floor above, and I no longer care. I no longer care about this project. Let the pit just exist. I no longer care. Okay. This will be the final layer, and then all this will fill. Once this is completely full, I will throw the switch for the floodgates, and we should hopefully see the fruits of our labor actually pay off. Any further disasters at this stage will be the direct result of mistakes on my part. But the water should go all the way down there. Ah! I guess while we're waiting for it to fill, we can fortify these walls here for a little more drainage. But you can already tell, like, it's taken most of late spring and half a summer for this to fill. And I think, within reason, this much water is going to take a while to drain. I'm just hoping that it doesn't really swiftly fill this room up and flood overboard. I don't think it will, because it didn't do so in my other fortress when I was testing. And look at that, almost just in time. There's only one item left in each of these piles. Or like a small handful. And then we can untrash them. Perfect. Alright, now we need a wall here. We need to use the eye symbol here. So now everything on this floor is hidden. Oh my god. And once this area is done, smooth fortify. Also, lock these items. I don't care. Honestly, I think this central area is going to look significantly nicer without the, you know, splotches of gross mud and everything down there. This floor is dedicated... Oh, cool. Awesome building order, everybody. Very neat. Awesome and cool Amazing. Whatever. Even the build planner isn't perfect. So this is going to pour down past the graves and past the library and into the pit. All right, drainage pipes have been sorted. Okay, this door is now forbidden. No one will be going down there again. This area is sealed. This has a drainage pipe. It has a large amount of space around which it will flow, although knowing our luck, it is going to only flow off of one side. Bone Doctor has been possessed. Crazy, I almost never get a fell mood. It would be funny to see a fell mood every once in a while. But, it would be typical for things like that to happen here. But I could have probably set up floodgates along here as well. It's a bit late now, although I guess we could still do that, but it would just take another, like, hour for them to all, like, link them up to a lever, and I really don't want to do that. What I think I'll do instead is I will make a save here. That way, I can retreat to that save to make that change. Another day on the off chance it's necessary. Okay, game saved. All right, gang, it's time to see if this works. We have access to the power. It's time to throw the switch. Please, oh, please, please, please work. All right, pull the lever, Midra. Or Midrika? Midrika? Yeah, Midrika. Pull the lever. Okay. Well, that's not the intended outcome. It's almost like the reservoir has put a lot of extra pressure on the water, causing it to overflow the sides in a way that it did not do the last time. So anyway, adios to the fortress, I guess. Not allowed to have nice things, am I? Only allowed to have miserable things. Miserable, miserable things. Guess what? I really, really love how at no point did it occur to me or anybody else that the reservoir being drained this way, with all the water pressure pushing down from the other layers of water above, wouldn't have the exact same effect as the ocean. And we didn't even think about that for the entirety of the planning process. And it is now, effectively, far too late to change the layout. And instead, we have to make an emergency alternative decision, which shouldn't be too difficult to fix, but it's annoying nonetheless. because we are going to effectively have to build walls along the bridge and to block up the water pump where all the power switches are. And that's still not going to be good enough, because guess what? It's going to flow up and through the gaps where all the fucking mechanisms are, making this entire project of nearly 7 hours utterly worthless. Because the second we throw that fucking switch, what's going to happen is that even if I were to build walls here and here, and here and here and here, and here and here and here, and here and here, all of that water is going to squeeze through the gaps where all the fucking water wheels are and flood everything, because there doesn't exist some kind of mechanism that lets you feed a stupid, like, there doesn't exist a solid block mechanism. There's no way to watertight seal this water source. There's no way to seal it. There's just not. So this entire project has now just become a, hey, do you want to kill everyone in your fortress? Press this button. Making it all for nothing. All for nothing. Because I'll be willing to bet it'll flood upwards into the existing tunnels as well, because guess what? Water pressure. It's going to go all the way up if we block its other methods. I've got one last potential saving grace, but I don't like it, and it's going to be messy and ugly. We don't have the materials to fix it. Why is this? I don't even think we have any marble left. Our nobles about to lose their fucking office. I don't think there's a way to salvage this. The only way I could think would be to dig out to the sides and, like, make an alternative, like, tunnel to, like, offset the literally, it would have to be like a diagonal. In fact, I think that might actually be better than what I'm doing here. Because water pressure doesn't persist through, diagonal flow. So I do think we can actually salvage this. Hold on, hold on. Especially because I have the foresight to build the goddamn, to build all this goddamn shit. So, if we hadn't taken the time to do the mechanisms for the floodgates, this would have been a disaster. That would not have been able to be recovered from. So what we want is... Oh no. We're just too close to the edge of the map. It will negate our floodgates if we do this. We'll be able to use the floodgates to, like, recover it, but there will no longer be a way to shut it off afterward. Actually, no. I'm dumb. We can still do this. There we go. So we do this. And then we, yeah, we do a, yeah, I think that'll work. So, this is what you always work through and think your problems at, like, I mean, we spent an entire 2 hours planning this before even starting the work. So, for those who don't understand, water pressure is being applied because of the sheer amount of water sitting atop of all these layers, that once the floodgate opened, the water had basically was being pushed at high speed out of the reservoir and into the rest of the fortress, which was not the behavior we wanted. But by slightly, like, changing this setup here, covering our little ramps with flooring, and then making it so that when this opens, the water has to instead travel through a narrow gap. Water pressure stops existing when it goes through a diagonal space. So we'll still have access to the water flow, but it will no longer be so overwhelmingly chaotic that it will flood the whole fortress. That's at least the theory. That's the theory, okay? I'm doing my best. This is why water is an advanced thing you don't fuck with unless you're really familiar with how it functions. Plumbing is hard. It's a theory, a drain theory. Thanks for watching. At least the other things are still sealed and sorted. God, I really wish y'all would just... Let me guess. DF hack making me want to uninstall it and then eject it into deep space. Yep. That's such a bizarre problem that I really hope gets fixed soon. In the lower section, I tried. No, it wouldn't have. Because, Hungy, what would have happened is I could have put walls here and here, and here and here, and here and here and here and here, and here and here and here and here and here. I can't put walls where the mechanisms are. I can't put walls where the shafts are. So it wouldn't matter. The water wheels don't block the water from flowing over their sides. The water would have gone under the walls and immediately sprayed out through the sides of our mechanisms and flooded everything anyway. Once all these floors are in, we place a wall in front of the bottom left and bottom rightmost floodgates, leaving only a diagonal square for them to travel. And then we block off this tunnel. Probably, but it would have overflowed anyway. And this works. Like, this is solving the same issue, but without mucking up everything down here too badly. The Bone Doctor made a dog bone toy boat. Dog bone toy boat. She offers it to Bright Future the Hopeful. Thank you. Very cool. Also, anyone who might be wondering why not just use boulders for construction, boulders are heavier. The kobolds take significantly longer to move them. And also, you get about 4 bricks per individual boulder, so you're basically quadrupling the amount of material you have by turning them into blocks. God, they'll just take any available path except for the logical one. It's like gays being unable to sit in a chair like a normal person. You gotta sit on your knees or with your knees stuck up, like, on your chair or, like, straddling the chair sideways. Like, you know, sit in a chair normally challenge. Like, walk down the correct pathway challenge. Because on the bright side, they're taking the shortest possible path to get where I need them to be, so... Young lady, the desk is not your zone, it's mine. I am now going to bar their fucking pathways here because they keep on insisting on walking this way. Unless you gotta, don't. God, this fortress has been plagued with a lot of issues regarding its plumbing, hasn't it? Young lady, get down. I'll put food in your bowl in a minute. We're going to be done in like 10 minutes. The giant stray cave spider has given birth to twins. The thought of live spider birth is a horrible one. And you know it's horrible when the guy who likes spiders says it. Somehow eggs are the less terrible and cursed option. Walls are placed. It's so funny to me that this entire disaster has been happening with the invaders outside not... I mean, they've officially is an invasion. It took them basically half the year to turn into actually, like, become aggressive. Like, there isn't a petition for parlay anymore. Took them a while. All right. Here's another save. Let's try this again. 10 minutes as in, like, that's how long it's going to take to fix this. Or at least give this final test. And then be done with it. If this doesn't work and it still floods, we're done. I'm ending stream one way or another. Like, I'm not going to keep going until, like, 1 in the morning. I can't keep doing that. And all it does is, like... I know no one is bothered by it, but I'm bothered by it. There's this, like, level of anxiety that builds the longer I go past my end time, unless I said that was the plan from the start. Especially because I will admit, my fixation on this game has been something of a source of insecurity for me lately, due to just how obvious and how consistently I've been playing it. It's become a source of, like, anxiety. So that doesn't help when the game that I'm playing is my hyperfixation and, oh, we're fucking 2 hours past stream end. It just makes me feel kind of foolish. Regardless of the actual reality, that's how I feel, and I don't want that to become a pattern. Or a long-standing pattern. Anyway. For the love of God. I don't even care about these walls. Whatever, man. Who's going to pull the lever? You? Nope. You? Nope. You? Nope. You? Nope. You? Nope. You? Nope. You? Yes. It's Midrika again. It's weird that it's like, it seems like the same kobolds go for the same thing. Alright. Drum roll, please. For the love of God, please just work properly this time. Finally! Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, that's much better. Wait for it. Wait for it. Eventually those wheels will start a turning. This is the work this is the result of our hard labor. This was the result of our hard work all day. Is everything finally coming around and falling into place the exact way we wanted. Took a couple of mishaps. Now, as the water level starts to get higher, it should eventually start spinning those wheels. And as soon as those wheels turn... yes! Yes! It's still flickering. We're getting there. We're almost there, baby. And we've got the mist beginning to flow. And now the water starts flowing down here. Look at that power level grow. Nearly 1,000 units of kinetic energy. Hey, would you look at that? Our power system's all sorted. Which means we can start deconstructing all of this shit that connects to our windmills. Oh my god! Nope, you're out! You're out! Of course you had to go and ruin our moment! How are you even throwing a temper tantrum? You're fucking paralyzed from the waist down. She literally can't move. She's been lying on the floor. No one has bothered to move her. I don't even think exiling her would work. And no one's moved the no one even moved the bodies? I literally put a bunch of coffins downstairs. Oh my god. It really annoys me how it automatically assigns a body. See, those bodies rotting in the hospital is going to cause a cascade of upset kobolds over time. Having to endure the decay of a sibling. Or endure the decay of a loved one. All because the game automatically assigned a long-dead kobold who didn't have a body to bury to the fucking tomb and doesn't let me change it. But on the bright side, we have 1,300 units, almost 1,400 units of power. With mist being generated along the edges of the graveyard. Honestly, if the windows weren't here, it would generate in the fucking library as well. I'm almost tempted to take some of the windows out. Because having the mist generating in this entire area would be really ideal. I can't help but notice that the machines have now stopped rotating. And, I'm beginning to suspect that the water flow is not going to be high enough to actually continue to spin them. I think they'll start to rotate once there's a steady flow. At least I hope so, because otherwise the whole purpose of this project will also be a failure. There isn't really any flowing water. I just wanted to see some success. I mean, on the bright side, it's now just water below, which is pretty cool. Honestly, that looks a sight better than it did, don't you think? If my headset beeps at me one more time, I'm gonna snap it in half and start, like, just using subtitles in my games. Soon the mist will start generating from every side. I think once the water flow starts to equalize, we'll start seeing some power generation. I hope so. Otherwise, well, I don't really know what to do. Except for digging, like trying to dig other pathways leading here. I made a manual save before I activated the levers. So, at worst, we just slightly rethink this drainage pipe. Because I think it's the fact that it's kind of equalizing in the middle. There's not enough flow coming in from either side for the wheels to spin. At least that's what I think. But I don't know. At this point, this has been nothing but a multi-stage disaster. She's the only one still injured. Yeah, the water is not flowing with enough speed to even move the wheels. Which is catastrophic, because that's the whole reason that we made them in the first place. And with these buildings taken down... Why are they... Oh my god, did they seriously deconstruct the... I'm gonna have a meltdown. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose it. Oh my god, am I gonna lose it. That's it for me, I'm sorry. What happened was the deconstruct tore up the flooring underneath the windows instead of the windows like I wanted, effectively doubling the work I have to do to fix the mess. I will fix this another day. We've been at this for 7 hours. This will be, unless people command me or demand it, adventure mode will not be happening this week. I might play a bit on my own time, but I'm not streaming Dwarf Fortress again. Not for the rest of the week. I feel genuinely embarrassed with how often and how frequently I've been playing it, and it's gotten to the point where it feels like, I don't know, I enjoy it, but it almost feels like, I don't know, people looking at me as a zoo exhibit. Like, look at this weird freak here that just can't seem to put this down and play something else. So, I'm sure I'll feel better in the morning. But at the moment, this has been a genuine source of embarrassment. Especially when the streams consistently go over time by such a huge degree every time we play. I do play other games, and I do tend to like other games, but this has been kind of the thing I've been focused on lately, and it's been hard to put down. But I'll be alright. Let's go find somebody to raid, and then I'm going to get some food and wind down for the night. And by find somebody to raid, I mean we're going to raid Kaz, who is playing Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Our raid message will be, here to cause mischief, with the Lear. Tomorrow? We'll see. tomorrow will not be Dwarf Fortress, but the likelihood what we'll have is more Ape Escape so we can finish it. Brave Fencer Musashi. Or some other shit. I don't know. But, Zach Boss, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the parlor. I just don't want to make this game the only game I play and play it so much that I become the Dwarf Fortress streamer and not the guy who plays multiple things. Because that can have a negative impact on my stream in the long run if I don't try to spread out. But in any case, it'll be fine. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, until next time, stay out of trouble.